Hamaguchi.
Be gone, don't make her too strong. We get back, don't let bother attack.
Cause I'm Slim Shady, yes I'm the real Shady. All you other Slim Shadys are just imitating. So won't the real Slim Shady please stand up?
There is no antidote for me.
Indeed, a wise choice.
Let's change the world.
Everyone's doing the same song, and they don't even know it.
To the victor go the spoils.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss.
Prepare yourself for the greatest battle of your lives.
Gotta keep moving with the music.
Minions have spawned.
Something that won't wash off.
Even in my dreams, I hear them sing.
An enemy has been slain.
Darkness to darkness. Light to...
Alright, Sarah. No big deal.
Worthy of an
Pretend it's
ice
a
woman.
rehearsal. Hilti say a new idea is just 7 old ones all mixed up. That's kind of how my songs work.
You have been slain.
Sometimes I wish there were 2 eternal guardians of the Howling Abyss. Gets lonely here.
Folks only love a reflection when it isn't theirs.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Shut down. Shut down.
Here's something that won't wash off.
Sing it with me.
You're looking a little green.
slain.
But it sure does hurt more. Running out of steam.
You're looking a little green.
You have been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Shut down.
Tough crowd. Maybe it's time to change my tune.
An enemy has been slain.
Music helps you keep your head up.
I'll be right.
Everyone's out there on mute. Not everyone. Nothing better than a good song. This one's for you. Sure where I'm going? Can't wait to find out.
Enemy quadra kill. Killing spree.
Think they want to hear more? Of course they do.
Sharpen it on that
Easier to hear someone else than hear yourself. Haven't heard a soul that wasn't at least a little rough.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Could have been worse. Could have, forgotten the word. What if it'll sound like outside my head?
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
You're welcome. Stage fright?
You have been slain. Double kill. Aced. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Alright, Sarah. No big deal. Pretend it's a rehearsal.
Rampage. Shut down.
Rhythm in the chaos.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Hope I don't get lost in all this music.
An enemy has been slain.
Joy's too quiet to have sorrow. Run and put a speed.
Shut down. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
That was proud. Maybe it's time to change my tune.
Let me know if you see it.
You can't keep your song inside.
Enemy triple kill.
The stage is yours. Maybe the world's not ready for me. I don't mind waiting.
I'll be right under the...
Nothing better than a good song. People don't always listen, but that's no reason to
An
keep quiet.
enemy has been slain.
better to fight than to live in fear.
A new moon is rising.
Good day! Fine choice, indubitably. Run, storming the breeze! Excelsior!
Welcome to the Howling Abyss.
Follow no false light.
Is this a test, God? I hope you won't mind using your ass.
I speak only truth. Dusk approaches.
An enemy has been slain.
Embrace the night. Is necessary. They would not listen. My eyes are open. not break me.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Ace.
Follow no false light.
An enemy has been slain.
Dusk approaches.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Be heard.
An enemy has been slain.
Run to the truth. Double kill. Shut down. Haste.
I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, but there is a
The
war
moon
going on out there.
also lies.
has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Victory!
Oh, good day. LA Beast here, and today, my... Have a good day. Oh, good day. LA Beast here, and today, my mission is quite simple, and somehow it's been inspired by the planets and outer space. But before we get started, let me first talk about some of the crazy cheeseburger adventures that I've been on here on YouTube, such as in 2013, after plowing through a door for the first time ever at the age of 30 years old. I somehow failed to consume cheeseburgers in a can, where it looks pretty soggy and disgusting. And because I failed this challenge, what I had to do was actually super glue my hand to my face, and in the process, I ended up ripping off half of my beard. And roughly in the year 2017, I was inspired to juice 15 McDonald's cheeseburgers, and as a conveyor belt of cheeseburger paste was shoveling into my face, it made me actually never want to eat McDonald's ever again in my life. And here today, in 2023, inspired by my friends, Caitlin, Gabby, and Leo, who are actually studying about the solar system, and they're very knowledgeable about all the planets. All that I plan on doing right here, right now, is trying this Russian astronaut cheeseburger in a tube. And as I'm actually looking at the words on this package, to which everything is in Russian, my question is this safe? You know, it looks good to me. The only words that are in English are in fact the ingredients. And after reading the ingredients, I think we're in for a treat here today. As a Texas Russian astronaut space burger includes beef, high-grade wheat flour, cheddar cheese, pickles, onion, ketchup, mustard, oil, yeast, sugar, salt, and water. Now, after doing some further research, I found out that this Russian astronaut space Texas burger in a tube is actually classified as an unusual gift. But in the same token, this gift, this company says is, you know what, it's safe for children. And if it's safe for children, it is safe for me. So today, I not only ordered a Russian astronaut cheeseburger in a tube, but I also ordered a tube of French fries as well. And I plan on consuming both tubes while simulating actual outer space simulations. As if you went to space camp back in the 90s. Hey, to where, you know what, do I have a plan for that? Absolutely. So let's head on outside with my good friend Dave. And let me tell you. And all that I plan on doing, right here, right now, to simulate real-life outer space conditions, utilizing these moon shoes to which I'm too heavy for, is to safely, with my friend Dave, he's going to help shrink wrap me to the giant tree in the backyard to simulate zero gravity. And as I'm consuming my Russian astronaut cheeseburger and fries in a tube, what I'm going to be doing is utilizing my special green space juice to wash it all down. But every single time that I take a sip, Dave is going to utilize my 200-mile-per-hour wind speed leaf blower to replicate what it's like for astronauts to drink liquid in space. That's it. So without further ado, watch out, John Glenn. I'm gonna put you to shame, pal. Let's get started.
You gotta kinda,
Like this.
yeah, that's dead on.
Can you like see my whole body?
Yep,
You can see my feet.
yep.
What if the bench was taken away? Would you be able to see the moon shoes, or there's like not enough
Yeah.
space? So without further ado, it's somehow starting to rain and I can't feel my kneecaps as they're pressed against the bench here. We're going to take the bench away, place on my moon shoes, and I'm going to proceed to consume a tube of Russian astronaut cheeseburger in a tube. In T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, this is going to hurt my knees. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bench was like a tightened vice on my feet and wasn't budging. I don't think we thought this part through. I'm a 270-pound man. Saran wrapped it. Moon shoes? Moon shoes?
Oh, moon shoes.
Yeah. Okay, well, you know what?
I'm
The
surprised.
part that we thought was going to be the hardest. Here we go. I'm gonna go with some cheeseburger in a tube.
Open it.
No. Again, made by the Texas Burger Company. There's a zero gravity. Zero gravity. I'm the LA Beast, and this is the cheeseburger in a tube. Yeah, you gotta use like the cap to open it. This is ridiculous right now. Okay, it's brown. It kind of looks like when you get a burrito. Not the black beans, but the refried beans. It smells like corned beef hash. And you know what? It's got like a half dog, half cat food combination there going for it with the smell. That's hard to breathe. Cheeseburger in a tube. And you know what? Like as I'm doing this right now, it kind of looks like if it was a tube of toothpaste filled with animal poop. What kind? I don't know. And or if there was like cheese in a can, but the meat version. Oh, it looks wet. It's squishy. All right, you know what? It actually reminds me of like salt, pepper, ketchup, and mayonnaise, like the special sauce at McDonald's. Not quite tasting the cheeseburger yet. It's got like a faint hint of hamburger in there. But it reminds me, if I had to give a final verdict of what I think about the cheeseburger in a tube, when I juiced 15 McDonald's cheeseburgers, this is ridiculous. When I juiced zero gravity, I juiced 15 McDonald's cheeseburgers, and it was like soggy, ketchupy, wet bread. You know, I think I need to wash some of this down with my green juice. No, what I did, oh jeez, to make my special green space juice is all I did was add food coloring to water. What I did just there was simulate what it's like for astronauts to drink liquid in outer space. As you can see right there, it kind of just floats all over the place, just like this. Okay, let's take one more bite. Jesus. And I do actually have backup. I got backup space juice coming. Oh boy. And you know what? I can definitely guarantee that this has never been done on this property before. As people have been living here since the year 1900. There's a kid on the swing over there, swinging. Let's try some fries, please, Dave. Oh, God. And just to disclose, Dave is, in fact, a paid helper here today. He's being paid for his time, and I appreciate Dave. The mayor. Let's say where you live. The mayor of Hillsdale. Dave is the mayor of Hillsdale. The man with the legend himself. Alright, this is interesting. And the cool thing, I guess Texas Burger makes these Russian astronaut stuff. And they said it's an unusual gift that's good for children. So, like I said, if it's good for children, it's good for this guy. And I can't really feel my feet. Alright, the fries in a tube, it looks disgusting. It's like a white, there's whiteness in it, there's wetness, there's definitely wetness. Let's just get it, it's like wet potatoes. Let's just give it a shot. French fries in a tube from Russian astronauts. Okay. It's crumbly. It's crumbly as if it's crumbly. With the French fries, it does in fact smell like a salty French fry. But the problem is, as it's in this tube right now, it's like as if you put a large French fries in the refrigerator, and they become like soggy, but they lose the crunch. It's like soggy, wet potatoes. So nothing better to wash down. Nothing better to wash down some astronaut fries. My green spaces again. Cheers. So in conclusion, even though this is not in a tube, I have some space ice cream. Cheers. Okay. I think exactly. I'm lost for words. This is idiotic and ridiculous. But you know what?
All right. Getting you down is gonna be weird.
We made it this far.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like Lars from the movie Heavyweights, when he got tied to the tree and he was afraid of the deer. And here I am, by myself in nature. It's like my body weight at first, it was like there's like a curvature to your spine, but like once you get wrapped on, it's like you're on like a board, and my left lower back, and like it's like your knees are getting like bent the wrong way to where
This episode of The Y-Files is brought to you by The Y-Files, Operation Podcast. Deep dives and longer stories every week. The story of the human race is a story of technology. One of our ancestors created fire and passed that knowledge along to the next generation. Then the invention of the wheel, then agriculture, a writing system, mathematics, space travel. Within our story, empires rise and fall, and technology progresses. Civilizations are born and die, and the human race continues to innovate. All of our innovations are built on previous ones. There could be no aqueduct without the arch. There could be no metal plow until someone learned how to mine iron. There could be no light bulb, no smartphone, and no computer without first understanding electricity. Our progress is linear, it's orderly. But sometimes an object is discovered that's completely out of place and out of time. A computer found on a sunken Roman ship. A power plant found in a 100,000-year-old cave. And evidence of a nuclear reactor from over 1 billion years ago. These objects shouldn't exist, but they do. Their existence violates the natural order of human progress. So if humans didn't create these items, who did? Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to come.
Damn it, not again.
In 1962, an article was published about an archaeological expedition that explored the Bayan Har Mountains of Tibet in 1937. The team, led by archaeologist Chipu Te, discovered 716 granite discs engraved with characters that looked like hieroglyphics. Each disc was 9 inches in diameter and 1 inch thick, with a perfect 1-inch hole in the center. The stones were dated to more than 12,000 years ago, but they weren't the strangest thing found at the site. Not even close. The team discovered advanced star maps and the remains of unusual humanoids. The beings were small, with thin bodies and large heads.
Aliens!
Well, it took more than 20 years of trying, but the markings on the discs were finally translated. The discs told the story of a vessel that traveled to Earth from outer space. The inscriptions described a crash in the mountains of Tibet and what happened to the survivors of the crash.
I knew it!
The writing also gave the beings a name. They were called the Dropa.
The Dropa came down from the clouds in their aircraft. Our men, women, and children hid in the caves 10 times before sunrise. When at last we understood the sign language of the Dropa, we realized that the newcomers had peaceful intentions.
These findings were published in 1962 by Professor Sum Nui, but as could be expected, his peers didn't take it seriously. The story and the stones resurfaced 6 years later, but this time in Russia. Scientists discovered the granite used to make the stones contained extremely high amounts of cobalt and other heavy metals. These properties would have made the stones very hard to carve with primitive tools 12,000 years ago. The stones were tested with an oscillograph, a device used to read current and voltage. The results indicated the stones had once been electrically charged, or might have been electrical conductors. After these new discoveries, the stones disappeared again, until they turned up in the Banpo Museum in China. In 1974, Austrian engineer Ernst Wegner went to the museum to see the stones. Although the museum wouldn't give him any information about them, he was allowed to take photographs of the stones. That same year, a book was published called Sun Gods in Exile by David Agamon, and that book would prove everything. Sun Gods in Exile tells the story of Oxford professor Carl Robin Evans and his 1947 expedition into the Bayan Har Mountains. There he encountered living Dropa, where he learned their language and learned their history from their religious leader, Lurgan La. Lurgan La told him the Dropa came from a planet in the Sirius system, and they had come to Earth on an exploratory mission 12,000 years ago. Their ship crash-landed in the Himalayas and stranded the Dropa on Earth forever. The book was based on the journal of Dr. Carl Robin Evans, and that journal had pictures. This is Hui Pa La and Viz La, the rulers of the Dropa in 1947. The journal describes the Dropa as a small race, averaging 4'2" in height and only 60 pounds. They have large heads with large blue eyes. In 1994, German scientist Hartwig Hausdorff went to the Banpo Museum in China and asked to see the stones for himself. Well, he was told the stones were destroyed on official orders. When Hausdorff tried to look further into the Dropa tribe and their stones, the Chinese government said they had no record of any stones or a tribe known as the Dropa. As far as the Chinese government was concerned, the Dropa never existed. In the year 1900, off the coast of a small Greek island, a group of men were diving for sponges. During one dive at a depth of around 150 feet, they found something very unexpected, an ancient Roman shipwreck. The ship was full of ancient Greek artifacts dating back over 2,000 years. Coins, pottery, statues, and many other items were brought back to the surface. Among the wreckage was a heavily weathered block made of wood and calcified bronze. The block was taken to the museum with the rest of the artifacts, but it didn't really look like anything, so it was mostly ignored. But 2 years later, archaeologist Valerio Stace took a closer look at the unassuming block. It didn't take long for him to discover there was a lot more to the block than people realized. He could make out the shape of a large gear embedded in the calcified stone. He believed it was some sort of ancient astronomical clock. Mainstream archaeologists dismissed the idea as prochronistic, meaning too advanced for the time period or the wreckage. The ship was underwater for 2,000 years. The type of technology needed to build an astronomical clock just didn't exist yet. In fact, gears of this quality wouldn't be invented until the 14th century, about 1,700 years later. Mainstream scientists said the object must have found its way onto the ship at a much later time, and therefore wasn't all that special or important. So the object was placed on a shelf in a dark back room of a museum, and that's where it stayed, completely ignored for 50 years. But in 1951, Yale professor Derek J. DeSola Price was researching ancient clocks. He heard about a mysterious object discovered off the coast of a small Greek island called Antikythera. Price looked into the artifact, but his findings didn't impress his colleagues. But he would continue researching the device for the next 23 years. Then in 1974, with the help of a nuclear physicist, Price used X-ray and gamma-ray imaging to examine 82 pieces of the rock. This imaging revealed an assortment of bronze gears of various sizes, all connected to a central crank. As the gears spun, they would move hands on the object's face, like the hands of a clock. But this device wasn't designed to tell you what time it was. It was designed to do much, much more.
Nothing like this instrument is preserved elsewhere. Nothing comparable to it is known from any ancient scientific text or literary allusion. It is a bit frightening to know that just before the fall of their great civilization, the ancient Greeks had come so close to our age, not only in their thought, but also in their scientific technology.
By 2009, scientists had gathered enough scans and images to reconstruct what the Antikythera mechanism had looked like. It had 30 gears intricately designed and expertly crafted. The gears drove dials and hands on the front and back of the device. Despite all this information, they still didn't know precisely what it did. While the world waited for more information on this mysterious device, that opened the door to a lot of theories.
I love theories.
I know you do. One theory said the device was a piece of technology taken from Atlantis. No culture on Earth at the time had this level of technology. If the mechanism was something powerful or important, it would make sense that Atlantean survivors would want to keep it safe.
I have to hide it from the Lemurians.
Right. Some people believe the mechanism was so advanced it was proof of a creator, like scaffolding left around a building after construction was completed. Another theory was that it was left behind by aliens, either accidentally or as a gift. Alien technology would explain how it ended up in the 1st century BC. But the most alarming opinion was that the Antikythera mechanism was a doomsday device, a weapon to depopulate the Earth, created by an ancient race of reptilians.
Lizard people!
Yeah, maybe it was a clock used to calculate a time when the weapon would be deployed.
Well, lizard people are very punctual.
Despite all this evidence, one of the most prevalent theories was that the whole thing was a hoax. Some people said it was nothing more than a single brass gear, and the scientists were making up the rest. What we do know for sure is the Antikythera mechanism isn't going anywhere. Even though it's been 123 years since it was pulled out of the ocean, we're still uncovering more of its secrets all the time. Eventually, we will know everything there is to know about this fascinating device, and maybe even design our own. But even if we can build one, the question is, should we? In the Qinghai province of China, on the southern shore of Tuoso Lake, is a pyramid-shaped mountain called Mount Baigang. In 1996, archaeologist Bai Wu was exploring a cave inside Mount Baigang when he made an unexplainable and controversial discovery. Inside the cave, you found iron scraps all over the dirt floor.
Who found iron scraps?
You found.
I found?
You found.
Me?
You.
So confused.
Along with the iron scraps, there were oddly shaped stones standing on end. But most mysterious of all, there were iron pipes running deep into the mountain. And here the story takes a turn, because the cave wasn't naturally formed. It was a triangular-shaped entrance carved by somebody. And Mount Baigang wasn't a mountain, it was a pyramid, also constructed by somebody. The more scientists looked at Mount Baigang, the more questions they had. None of this made sense. This is the middle of nowhere. Nobody lives there. And as far as anyone knew, nobody ever had. And those iron pipes? According to the Beijing Institute of Geology, the pipes were forged more than 150,000 years ago. The pipes vary in size from 18 inches in diameter to as thin as a grain of rice. And later expeditions found pipes big enough to walk through. And there were humans living all over the world at that time, but metallurgy wasn't discovered until about 10,000 BC. So who created the pipes and why? While there is no clear purpose for the pipes, more were found at Lake Tuosu 260 feet away, along with more strange stones. The pipes at the lake are both above and below the water level. Some researchers believe the pipes were used to pump water into the pyramid, possibly for cooling purposes. Considering Tuoso is a salt lake, one theory suggests the pipes may have been used for a process called electrolysis. When you pass an electric current through water, the water molecules separate into oxygen and hydrogen atoms. Salt water is a better conductor than fresh water. The salt helps separate the oxygen and hydrogen more efficiently. And hydrogen can be used for a lot of things, like refining oil, treating metals, and processing foods. But hydrogen can also be used as fuel. In addition to dating the pipes, the Beijing Institute of Geology tested the pipes' composition. They're made up of 30% rusted iron. They also contain large amounts of silicon dioxide, which is commonly found in quartz, as well as calcium oxide, also known as quicklime. These are interesting materials. Iron conducts heat and electricity, and when quartz is subjected to stress, like millions of gallons of water flowing through a pipe, it generates electricity. This is called the piezoelectric effect. Remember, the Great Pyramid in Egypt is also built near a water source. Well, technically, it's on top of one. There's a large aquifer under the Giza Plateau. Also, there are chambers within the Great Pyramid made of quartz, and metal pipes have been discovered within the pyramid complex. Nikola Tesla built his famous Wardenclyffe Tower using these same principles. Using this ancient method, Tesla believed he could generate free, unlimited energy that could be beamed wirelessly to any place on Earth.
The Illuminati would never allow that.
They didn't. When Tesla was close to a discovery, his investors pulled their funding and invested in oil instead. Wardenclyffe Tower was eventually abandoned. Now, if you're interested in specifically how this works and what happened to Tesla's tower, I've linked to another episode below. Now, calcium oxide or quicklime found in the pipes is also interesting. Quicklime is highly volatile and chemically reactive. If you expose quicklime to water, it causes an exothermic reaction. In other words, it generates heat. Lots of heat. 1 liter of water combined with about 7 pounds of quicklime generates about 3.5 megajoules of energy. That's basically a gallon of gas. And if you remove the water, quicklime reverts back to its original state. And as long as you have a stable water source, like a lake, you could repeat this process over and over again. Now, besides these common materials, the pipes also contain 8% of a material that could not be identified. But here's a thought. We've got iron pipes that can carry water or some other medium, electricity to convert water into oxygen and hydrogen. We've got quicklime, which, when exposed to water, creates heat. The heat causes the hydrogen to expand. The expansion of the quartz within the pipes generates even more electricity, and this process can repeat over and over again. all happening inside a pyramid. Well, that's the same process used to make the Great Pyramid of Giza a power plant, all built 150,000 years ago. I know what that sounds like to me. In the 9th century, on a grassy field somewhere in northern England, a Nordic Viking squares off against a Saxon housecarl. Before knights, the housecarl was the highly trained elite warrior of medieval Europe. Against the Viking, this warrior should have the advantage. The Saxon wears chainmail armor, while the Viking wears only leather. The Saxon has a shield, light and strong. The Viking has no shield. And the Saxon sword is larger and stronger than the Vikings. The Saxon warrior is confident. He charges forward and takes a few heavy swings. The Viking defends with his short sword. The Saxon steps back, confused. He's fought Vikings before. Usually their short, blunt weapons shatter when hit with heavy English steel. But this Viking has a magic sword. At least it appears to be magic to this 9th century Saxon. Being lighter and faster, the Viking sidesteps, then lunges forward. He thrusts his razor-sharp blade through the Saxon's chainmail. His armor should have easily protected him from this attack, but the Viking's sword pierces the chainmail like it's not even there. The Saxon falls to his knees as the Viking withdraws his sword. The Saxon, more confused than frightened, sees writing on the side of the blade. A name. It's a name he's heard before. And in that moment, everything makes sense. Then the world goes black. This blade and others like it were virtually indestructible and unbeatable in battle. They weren't elaborate swords gilded with gold or jewels. They were pretty ordinary looking, but they were easy to identify as they all shared the same inscription, Ulfbert. Created using a process that would remain unknown for centuries, the Ulfbert was a revolutionary high-tech tool. There are only 170 of these swords left in existence, all forged sometime between 800 and 1000 AD. Though Ulfbert swords are usually associated with Vikings, it's actually a word of Frankish origin. It was most likely the name of the swordsmith who created the blades. Now, the process of making a sword in the 11th century wasn't an easy one. In order for iron to be used as a weapon, it had to be forged into steel. So iron was mined and smelted in a furnace with charcoal, which is mostly carbon. Iron itself is too soft to be used as a sword. The blade would bend and chip and lose its edge too quickly to be useful. The carbon hardens the iron, so it keeps its shape and sharp edge for longer. But add too much carbon, the metal becomes brittle. It took a skilled and talented smith to get the mixture just right. Now, once hot enough, the iron forms a gooey, spongy mass called a bloom. And after the bloom is removed from the heat, it's hammered over and over again to remove impurities known as slag. Slag is typically trace amounts of silicon, manganese, sulfur, and other elements. Blacksmiths would heat and hammer the metal over and over again to separate as much slag from the iron as possible. And because of the limited technology of the time, the impurity of the steel was still pretty high, and the amount of carbon they were able to get into the metal was pretty low. Even the best medieval steel is primitive to even the lowest quality steel that we produce today, except for Ulfbert steel. Experts have said that an Ulfbert sword would have been like a lightsaber in medieval Europe, and that's not that much of an exaggeration. Ulfbert swords were centuries ahead of the competition. They were superior to all others in sharpness, in strength, flexibility. Ulfbert steel was also very lightweight. This was a huge and unfair advantage in combat. The sword could withstand an enemy's blow without breaking, a common fear among warriors. In a time when fighters wore coats of chainmail, an Ulfbert sword could cut through this defense more effectively than other swords. Modern scientists have examined Ulfbert blades to try to find out what made them so special. Now, first they found that almost all impurities were removed from the steel. Ulfbert blades also had a carbon content 3 times higher than other swords from the same period. Now, here's the thing. To achieve this level of purity and the carbon content of the Ulfbert sword, the metal would have need to have been liquefied. This causes carbon to dissolve into the iron, forming an alloy. The high temperature also removes impurities more effectively. A temperature of 2400 degrees Fahrenheit is needed for this process. The resulting alloy is called crucible steel because the metal is melted in a large crucible. Now, for hundreds of years, smiths tried to duplicate Ulfbert steel, but nobody could come close. Ulfbert was a man 1,000 years ahead of his time, and nobody knows who he was. But many people still wonder, what else did he know? Physicist Francis Perrin sat at a nuclear plant in the south of France, thinking to himself, this cannot be possible. He was examining a dark piece of uranium ore, but what he discovered didn't make sense. This piece of uranium had somehow undergone nuclear fission. But this uranium was mined. Nuclear fission doesn't just happen in nature. And even more confusing, this uranium ore was almost 2 billion years old. Atoms are the building blocks of all matter in the universe. The sun, the earth, the air we breathe, our bodies themselves, everything is made up of atoms. But atoms can be split. And when that happens, energy is released. And this energy can be harnessed and used to charge your phone or power an entire city, or splitting an atom is called nuclear fission, and it's a very delicate process. To start, you'll need a high-quality fuel source like uranium or plutonium, and this is thankfully hard to find. And even if you do find it, it has to be refined before it can be used. Next, you need pure water, like really pure.
So no chance of a nuclear reactor in here, huh?
None.
Unless it works with vodka.
It doesn't. The water used for the fission process in a nuclear power plant has to have all minerals removed. Then it's filtered and finally distilled. If there's even just a few contaminated parts per million in the water, fission won't happen. Naturally, uranium contains a very consistent and specific amount of the isotope uranium-235. And when U-235 is split, for a brief moment it absorbs a neutron and is turned into U-236. Then U-236 is split into other elements like barium, krypton, or strontium. Since all natural uranium decays at the same rate, any uranium pulled out of the Earth should have the same exact amount of U-235. The only way, literally the only way, for uranium ore to have a lower percentage of U-235 is through nuclear fission. So Francis Perrin was faced with concrete evidence that nuclear fission had not only occurred before it was discovered, but it happened 1.8 billion years before. After further study, Perrin and his peers concluded the uranium ore had to be natural, and fission somehow occurred naturally. But American chemist Glenn Seaborg didn't agree. He said in order for U-235 to burn through fission, the conditions would have needed to be exactly right. They'd have to be perfect, too perfect for nature. Man-made nuclear reactors are built with extreme precision, and no natural water source would even be close to pure enough to keep the reaction going. For this to happen on Earth 2 billion years ago was impossible. Further investigation revealed high concentrations of fission byproducts within the mine, indicating nuclear chain reactions had definitely taken place. Also, the geology of the region contained radioactive waste that proved the controlled use of a nuclear reactor that ran for 500,000 years. At the time the reactor was operating, the only life on Earth was single-celled organisms. Or out-of-place artifacts are sometimes called OO parts, and there are a lot of them out there. These were just a few of my favorites. But how many of these objects are really out of place? Now, I love the legend of the Dropa stones, but it's ultimately disappointing. The original story from 1962 is credited to writer Reinhard Wegman, but no record of a writer by that name can be found. Same with the archaeologist who discovered the stones, Chu Pu Te, and Sum Nui, the professor who studied them. They don't exist either. No academic works can be found for either of them, and their names aren't even Chinese. Wegener's photos of the Dropa discs are pretty low resolution. You can't see any details like the hieroglyphics the stones supposedly had. It's more likely what he was taking a picture of was a jade B disc. B discs are elaborately decorated discs cut from jade, and B discs are old. They've been dated as early as 3000 BC and maybe even older, but they were fairly common. The only mystery is we really don't know what the discs were for. They probably have something to do with funerals because they've been found in graves of important people. And there's David Agamon's book, Exile of the Sun Gods, which details an expedition into Tibet. On that expedition, a race of people is encountered who call themselves the Dropa. The Dropa claim they were descendants of extraterrestrials. The book tells the story of their UFO crash, their history, and the artifacts they left behind, which included discs with mysterious hieroglyphics.
Such a great story.
It is, but it never happened.
Oh no.
In 1995, Agamon, whose real name is David Gaiman, sat for an interview with the magazine The Fortean Times. He admitted that the story was all made up.
The narrative was edited by David Agamon and included a photograph of a curious disc-shaped plate embossed with pictograms that seemed to be part of a record of the journey of the star beings from their homeworld. The author, David Gaiman, admitted to FT recently it had been written as satire on the alien intervention in human evolution genre. Still, it is regarded in some quarters as an authentic ancient astronaut event.
He claimed it was his greatest hoax and said his only regret was that the book didn't sell better. There isn't a single person, living or dead, that's been confirmed to have seen a Dropa stone, so I think this one is a hoax.
Oh.
Now, the Antikythera mechanism is not a hoax.
Oh?
That is a real object, and it was found on an ancient Roman shipwreck. It really was on that ship 2,000 years ago. All of that is true. But despite all the wild theories surrounding the device, the truth is actually anticlimactic and comes down to a simple misunderstanding. Many people assume, and many journalists state, the Antikythera mechanism is the only device of its kind, and that it was created with technology far beyond what existed at the time. Well, that's not true. Devices like this one are well documented in ancient writings, and were known about long before it was found in 1900. What made the Antikythera mechanism special was that it survived. It's the only known artifact of one of these devices in existence. Another misconception is that we don't know what it does, but we actually do.
Well, how do we know?
It has labels on it.
Oh.
Small colored stones show the position and motions of the planets. The sun and moon were shown relative to the constellations of the zodiac. It predicted solar and lunar eclipses and what color the eclipses would be. It had a 365-day solar calendar and a lunar calendar 19 years long. A small colored stone rotated to show the phases of the moon. There was even a dial showing a countdown to the next Olympic Games, so it probably wasn't created by aliens.
Well, maybe aliens are big sports fans.
Maybe, but aliens probably follow sports using equipment more advanced than something made from gears. Plus, the device has been recreated using X-ray and gamma-ray imaging. Turns out, the thing wasn't all that accurate. So the Antikythera device is real and a fascinating piece of engineering, but it isn't an out-of-place artifact. Next, the Mount Bygone Pyramid probably isn't a pyramid. In fact, the word Bygone just means hill in the local dialect.
This is getting depressing.
While the caves may appear man-made, they probably aren't. The triangular shape of the entrance only looks that way from a certain angle, and there's no indication of two collapsed entrances or anything artificially created. The pipes, though, they can't really be explained.
Aha!
They really do appear to be forged metal pipes. They're really made of rusted iron, quartz, and quicklime. That's all true. And the archaeologist who discovered them, Bayou, is a real person.
Who's real?
You is.
I is?
No, you is.
Me is?
You.
That's what I said.
Look, I don't want to do this again.
Who doesn't?
Me.
You?
Stop it! The mainstream theory is that the Bygone pipes are just tree roots.
Tree roots?
Yep. Tree roots can turn to stone through a process known as permineralization, which is a type of fossilization. This happens over a long period, often taking thousands to millions of years. Now, this theory sounds plausible, but the only source for the claim is an article by Jinmin Weekly from 2003. The article was originally in Chinese, but the English translation says they found fossilized plant matter inside the tubes. This could be proof that the pipes are in fact tree roots, or indicate at some point in the last 150,000 years, algae or moss grew inside the pipes. It's still a mystery. Now, on the surface, the Ulfbert swords defy science. Metal of such high quality didn't exist at the time, except it did. It was rare, but it did exist. You've probably heard of Damascus steel. Damascus steel is one of the most legendary steels ever made. It's extremely durable and contains almost no impurities. The traditional method of producing Damascus steel has actually been lost to history, but experts believe the process involves layering iron and steel or multiple types of steel. The metals are then forged together by repeated folding and welding. This process may be repeated many times to create hundreds or even thousands of layers. This is what creates the unique patterns that Damascus steel is known for. Damascus steel was of quality equal to, and probably even better than the Ulfbert swords. and Damascus blades were around 1,000 years earlier. They just didn't become widely known until many years later. But nobody in Europe was producing steel like this until Ulfbert. Ulfbert's swords were extremely rare and extremely expensive. An average soldier wouldn't have used one of these and probably never even saw one. They were so expensive not just because of their quality, they were forged with raw materials not found in Europe. Most likely steel ingots from Asia were brought by merchants to the Rhineland, which is now Germany. After being forged in the Rhineland, they were most likely shipped north to Scandinavia. Many still believe such advanced blades would have been impossible to create with medieval technology, but modern blacksmiths have been able to replicate the process. It's not easy to do, but it is possible. Ulfbert was, during his time, one of the most talented weapons makers in the world. Though nobody knows who he is, 1,000 years later, people still know his name. The Oklo reactor legend is partly true and partly false. First, chemist Glenn Seaborg never said it had to be man-made. He did say for it to be naturally occurring, the conditions would have to be perfect. People then took that as a claim and ran with it. In order for a chain reaction to occur, the amount of U-235 would need to be at critical mass, around 3 to 5%. Now, the current amount found in natural uranium is 0.7%. This isn't enough for fission to occur. But 1.8 billion years ago, the percentage of U-235 would have been much higher, enough to start a nuclear chain reaction. The likelihood of water being pure enough is slim, but not impossible. There's chemical evidence that a nuclear reaction did occur. Most articles and videos about the Oklo reactor describe it as a nuclear explosion like an atomic bomb, but that's not what happened. The uranium did undergo natural fission, but it was a slow burn that happened over 500,000 years. That's not as dramatic as a mushroom cloud, but it's pretty close to how modern nuclear reactors work. And that brings up an interesting point. In the distant future, all evidence of the human race will be completely gone. If a cataclysm wiped out the human race tomorrow, it would take just a few years for nature to reclaim urban areas. In a few thousand years, all cities are buried. In 100,000 years, all human remains are fossilized. In 1,000,000 years, all evidence of the human race will have mineralized. Even styrofoam and plastic turns to stone and crumbles. In 10 million years, all that stone, the fossils, and every bit of evidence of the entire human race is recycled back into the Earth's mantle. An archaeologist far in the future would never know we even existed, unless he finds and tests uranium. Evidence of our nuclear technology would still be detectable in uranium. That future archaeologist will be confused because even though there's no evidence of civilization or technology, the uranium he finds will show evidence of fission. Other scientists will come up with theories about nuclear reactors that spontaneously appear in nature under perfect conditions. But the archaeologist feels there's more to the story. He has a nagging sense that millions of years ago, someone was here. And who's to say that this hasn't already happened? And that future archaeologist is us. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ. There's Hecklefish.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this old video we are going to look at a case which was essentially hiding in plain sight for years, and that is what exactly happened to a college student walking home one night after a party. Because she never made it. The person everybody was, kind of giving a side eye to, looking at, was having a great time. Until it was discovered he was an even bigger monster than anybody thought. Let's give it a go. In 1996, California Polytechnic State University student Kristen Smart was the one walking home to her dorm room one night. Kristen was 19 years of age, a freshman studying communications, having switched from architecture at Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo, a college town right between San Jose and Los Angeles. It's a great school with like a learn-by-doing philosophy, and it's located in an absolutely stunning part of the country. A place where Kristen Smart was happy to be, like very, very much so. Kristen came from a very loving family. Her parents, Stan and Denise, both teachers. In fact, Kristen was born in Germany, as her parents taught the children of American military folk. Kristen grew up in Stockton, north of her college town, growing up with a younger brother and sister. She was wicked Christian smart. She was always ready to hit the books and get, that education on. She also had a very sporty side. Also, she loved playing soccer. She was adventurous. She really enjoyed meeting new people. Like, she'd spent the summer of her sophomore year in high school living in London for a couple of months, staying there with family friends. And then the summer before she started Cal Poly, she'd been in Hawaii as a lifeguard and a camp counselor. And she was planning on learning Spanish because she wanted to do an exchange year in Venezuela, if you can believe that. Even though she loved her life and her family and her friends, she always wanted to be somewhere else, maybe be someone else. She often signed her emails with names like Marisol, Rosie, Trixie, Kiana. Your life as an exclamation, not an explanation. That was Kristen's favorite quote, and she didn't just say it, she lived it. College years were exciting, but she always, called her parents, checked in, visited, all that. It was on the evening of May 24th, 1996 that Kristen Smart was looking to party. It was a hot spring Friday, and the apartments and complexes would be buzzing with students having a good time, college town, and all that. So at 5:30 p.m, 19-year-old Kristen Smart, she left a voicemail for her mother that evening, just saying hello and that talking about a biology test she was due to retake. Then at roughly 8:30 p.m, Kristen and 3 of her friends left their dorm rooms and headed to a party at 135 Crandall Way, an unofficial frat house close to the campus. Now Kristen really wanted to go, but the others were See, that place, that house, those parties had developed a bit of a reputation as being kind of, lads, real bro-y, a bit fratty. Some of the girls just weren't kind of comfortable being there. So they ended up going off to a different party and dropped Kristen off there, just about a block away from the house at about 10:30 p.m. Kristen, very independent, strong-willed, going to a party alone wouldn't be a bother to her. And the party at 135 Crandall Way, it's like typical party, beer kegs, red cups, the music was pumping, there was about 60 people there, beer pong, fights to top it off at the end of the night. What happened there, you can imagine. Blackout drunk would be the word, and at about 2 a.m, Tim Davis, a senior who had helped organize this party, he was like, alright, bars closed, and right there folks, please, get out. He began shooing everyone out, and as he did so, he noticed that on the lawn next door, there was a girl lying passed out. He recognized her as Roxy, which is what she had been calling herself all night, and he went over, shook her awake to, see if she was okay. It seems Kristen had, a little bit too much to drink, which, hey, there's nothing wrong with that. We all do it, especially, when you're 19 and you don't realize that mixing drinks is a really bad idea, but you know what? There's only one way to learn. But people would say later on that during that night, they never once saw Kristen drunk, at all. In fact, Kristen didn't really drink that much. Sometimes even at parties, she would pretend to be drunk because she just wasn't a big drinker. So that was just kind of weird. Tim, though, he got her up, said, here, listen, I'll walk you out. It's a 10-minute walk, just to make sure you're safe. And another student actually came up to him, Cheryl Anderson, and she said, listen, I'm going that way. I'll walk her. Fine. So they started walking, Kristen and Cheryl, and then they were joined by another student who also, everybody's going this way. And his name was Paul Flores. The three of them were walking. Kristen, drunk, would often stop. Paul was like holding her and he was telling Cheryl, here, listen, you just head on, you know. She's drunk, she could be stopping. Well, this could be a while. You can just head on. I'll make sure she gets home okay. They reached a crossroads and Cheryl says, all right, are you guys going to be okay? 'Cause, you know, my house is this way, you guys are going that way. Paul promises Cheryl, I'll make sure she's fine. I'll get her home safe. Then Paul asked Cheryl for a kiss. She said no. Then he asked for a hug. Weird. Cheryl then turned, started walking away, and as she was walking away, she looked back to see Paul and Kristen stumbling down the road in the direction of her dorm room. And that was the last time Kristen Smart has ever been seen. It was the following morning when a roommate noticed Kristen hadn't made it home. All her stuff was still there, and it was unusual she wasn't there. Her friends, they all met up that Saturday, and word began to spread, you know, where's, Kristen? You seen her? You seen her? You seen her? It was actually that Saturday afternoon they alerted campus police to be, hey, we think our friend could be missing, or, you know. Now, it was actually Memorial Day weekend, so lots of people were coming and going, and so the campus police were initially, she's probably gone back to her family up in Stockton, or somewhere else. Hey, it's college, you know, she's probably off doing something. She'll turn up. By Monday, however, they became really scared when they hadn't heard her and hadn't seen her and went back to the police again. This time the police were like, alright, fine, okay. We'll call her parents. Ring, ring. Is Kristen with you? No, she's not. It was then days had passed that the police finally began started taking this seriously about where the hell Kristen Smart was. Nobody had seen her. Her parents were now freaking out. Her friends were freaking out. And freaking out spread like a miasma across the campus. But even then, when the investigation properly started, they still were of the idea that Kristen will turn up. She'll be here any day now, come on. But we'll look a little bit. When the searches finally did begin, they were wide scale and nothing. She was gone without a trace. They had leads alright, but nothing real. Oh, maybe I seen her here, maybe I seen her in Taco Bell. No.
Hoping to find some sign of the missing freshman, Kristen Smart, also known as Roxy, said goodbye to some friends last Saturday morning on this pathway close to her dorm. She hasn't been seen since.
We saw her on Friday night before she disappeared. She was standing on the corner, and that's really strange that we happened to see her, and people are just wondering what happened to her.
Police say foul play is a possibility. They searched Roxy's dorm room and found her wallet, her identification, and medication for attention deficit disorder. On her calendar, a reminder to turn in extra credit homework. But there's also the possibility that she just ran away. Roxy's mother says she was frustrated by some hard classes, and there have been a number of reported sightings of her along the coast.
Campus police finally went to the party she had been at and spoke to everybody there. Eventually, that led them to Paul Flores, the guy who walked her home.
It's not a criminal matter. Basically, what we're doing is we're dealing with still the missing person. Right. Because you're the last person. We appreciate you coming in.
When you were leaving the party and everybody was kind of leaving, how did you end up getting together with Kristen?
I don't even know. She walked that way, I walked that way. That's the last time I saw her. Then the other girl left at the corner over there, and then and a couple times like on the way, maybe probably twice. You know, one like that just gave her kind of like a hug because she was freezing.
What did she say? Were there any conversations you had walking up the hill?
No, she just said she was. The only thing I remember she was saying she was freezing.
So it's very important that you realize, you know, how important this investigation is.
Yeah.
You're grasping this. This is very serious business with a missing woman and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You're aware of all this.
I'm aware of it.
When you saw Roxy walking, where was the last place that you saw her?
The last time I saw her was about, it was like right there, right by
Sequoia.
Is that the one that's on the corner right there? Yeah, that one. That's her right there.
Okay. And where was she going? Was she walking? Was she standing still? Was she laying down?
She was walking.
Was she saying anything when she walked away?
No. It's like we didn't even have any, I don't even remember any conversation really during this whole entire time. I don't remember saying goodnight either. Did you, I don't remember like.
He said, yeah, you know, I walked her home. That was it. Walked her to her building, didn't go in. Walked her to the door, perfect gentleman. I said, see you later, Missy. And he left, except for one small thing. The police were eyeballing his eye because he had a black eye.
Actually, I just got a couple things. Do you play basketball on, or I know you got a couple of scouts.
I was playing Monday.
Monday? Yeah. By any chance, did you have any accident or anything? Those were kind of fresh.
Yeah, the gravel ball loose there.
Take your hair up for a second. What about after your eye?
I got elbow playing basketball.
Okay, good. Okay. Who were you playing basketball with?
I was playing with my friend Jeremy and two other guys.
It may come down to this, but I'm wondering, are you familiar with the term polygraph? Lie detector? That sort of thing?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Would you be willing to take one if necessary?
Yeah.
Now, Paul was actually a really shitty student, not the type at all to actually get into Cal Poly, not on his grades. In fact, the only reason he got in was because he lived in Arroyo Grande, which is like one of the next 10 towns over, and you know, universities and colleges tend to give priority to people who live in the local area. That's the only reason he got in. In college, he was not doing any better, failing courses continually. He was majoring in a D- while studying food sciences. This may have been because he had more of an interest in extracurricular activities, like bowling. Okay. But also getting really, really drunk and climbing on girls' balconies and not leaving until they let him in, or drunk driving and being arrested by police. He was known as obnoxious when drunk, the kind who would hit on his friends' girlfriends. The kind, you know, when he was around, you mention any woman at all, he would be like, oh, I had sex with her already, by the way. It's like full of shit and just a dick. His ideal Friday night was to get drunk, alone, in his room, then wander around looking for parties. Looking for women, to the point that his nickname was Chester the Molester. Hard to get a bigger red flag than that. And that's exactly what he had done that particular Friday night. Got drunk, alone, and then wandered till he found this party. Till he found Kristen. Now, the police had searched his dorm room and they found no evidence of a crime there. Zero blood, Kristen's things, nothing. And as Kristen was missing longer and longer, the story just grew and it grew. There was a lot of frustration with the campus police who were in charge. They were seen as like, you know, the donut squad, couldn't solve the case of the missing ice cream. Soon, the sheriff's office came in and took over the case. But by this stage, it was summer break. The dorms were all empty, the campus was empty, and specifically all the dorms had been cleaned. So, if the campus police missed something, it wasn't possible to have a do-over. They went to re-interview Paul Flores.
Now that you've had, it's been almost a month. Yes. Friday. Based on everything you know, the people you talked to, which I'm sure you've talked to some people.
About what? About the right party?
About her. What do you think happened to Roxy? What's your best guess as to what happened?
My best guess is maybe she, because her dorm is by the parking lot over there. So then, I would figure my best guess is she went off with someone. I don't know. She decided,
Okay. A stranger or what?
It could have been just someone that she knows. Someone might have gone, hey, let's go to Taco Bell or something.
Why Taco Bell?
Because Taco Bell's open all night long.
What would be your best guess or your opinion as to what happened to her if she's not alive? What do you think happened?
I would say like someone who she hitchhiked with or something, abducted her or something,
Why would she be hitchhiking?
Well, I'm saying, people said they saw her hitchhiking, so.
Okay, but those people are mistaken. Let's say she was last in the area of the dorms there where you walked away from her.
Okay.
And there's nowhere to hitchhike right in there. What do you think, if something bad happened to her, what do you think happened to her from that point where you last saw her?
I don't know.
What do you think happened?
Someone put her in the car and took her someplace. I don't know.
You got play a little kissy face, little touchy poo, this kind of stuff. You know, if you did that, would you tell us about it and not be afraid to tell us? Because it's very important that you tell us everything. Because remember, we've talked to a whole lot of people, and they've told us some things, and we tried to fit all these pieces together. Now, if something like that happened, it doesn't mean anything bad, but it's very important to this total picture that if you did do, you know, kissed her a little bit or touched her a little bit, which is nothing wrong with it, but if you did, it's real important that you tell us. Did something like that happen, you know, based on her being a little loose or anything?
No.
Never kissed her or anything?
Never.
Did you want to kiss her?
No, I didn't feel, I don't remember feeling any attraction towards her, so.
4 or 5 people told us that they saw you trying to kiss her at the party. In fact, it was in the hallway of the party. And you were trying to kiss her. In fact, I think she fell down on the ground and you were kind of laying down next to her trying to kiss her or something. Can you remember what happened with that?
Never even, I don't remember doing anything like that. I don't remember even doing anything like that.
Nothing?
Nuh-uh.
Nothing like that happened?
Nothing.
We know that wasn't the last place you
That's
saw
the last place I saw her.
Well, no, we know that's not true. See, and that's why we're trying to find out why you don't want to tell us about whatever else happened.
Just for my curiosity, where else was I seeing that then? I'm just curious.
Well, we can't go into a lot of that because of, remember I told you it's a big puzzle?
Yeah.
And we have to kind of fit these pieces together. If we tell you what we know, then it's like cheating at checkers.
I remember how he said he'd gotten the black eye from shooting hoops. Well, when they asked his friends about that, they said, we don't know what you're on about.
You know, one thing that really does look bad, and I don't know if you want to discuss this now, but we might as well. Then we need to really get cleared up. It's last time we talked to you, you had a black eye.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you tell us?
I told you I got it playing basketball.
That's right. Where did you get it?
In my car.
And how did you get the black eye?
I hit the steering wheel. That's about it. But like, how often do people hit their eye in the steering wheel? So
I don't know.
See, it was like right here. So then I went like that, popped up.
Let me ask you this.
But
listen, why didn't you tell us
that? Because it doesn't sound like a very likely thing.
That's exactly my point. Do you see my point now when I'm getting about on all this other stuff that happened? When you tell us something like that and it doesn't make sense, see how bad it looks?
We now have to look at this in a different light. Because if anybody lies, as much as you have, about something as serious as this is, what does that tell you?
I don't know of any lie I've done, so.
So all these other people are lying.
I have no idea about any of that stuff, so.
You lied to us, right?
Oh, it's not really lies, but fib. It's so minute. It's not. Well, I guess you can call it like a little white lie, but.
You got your black eyes and white lie?
Yeah.
His story was now changing. He was fidgeting, stuttering, stumbling over his words throughout the entire interview. And after this, Paul would never speak to the police again. They also brought in cadaver dogs to his dorm, and although there wasn't anything physical there, the dogs could find... Well, the dogs were able to giving signs that there had been a dead body there. Nothing physical, but it was in the air. Everyone suspected Paul at this point. Everybody felt sure he had done something, but they didn't have anything on him. And time went by, and as they hounded and hounded Paul, he stopped cooperating with the police entirely. He said, "Speak to my lawyer." He wouldn't speak to anybody. But they had nothing to go on. They just completely suspected him. His story did not make any sense. He was clearly lying, but nothing. Kirsten's parents would go to him continually, begging him to tell them something. Nothing. He was named. He was listed in the papers. He ended up losing 3 jobs in a row because of this, because of the scandal of his name. Kristen Smart's parents followed him everywhere. He even tried to enter the Navy to get away from them because they were hounding him. They were getting private investigators after him. They actually got to the US Navy before he did. And they declined. The Navy declined to accept him. They eventually filed a civil suit against Paul, just trying to get information. His parents, Reuben and Susan, were deposed. He was deposed.
Has your son ever told you that he did not kill Kristen Smart?
We never asked that question. Well, he just, you know anything about it? He says no.
Is it your testimony that he's never talked to you about those things?
Was this girl murdered?
We've never discussed it as a death. Disappearance.
And do you have any information as to where Kristen Smart's body is located?
Of course not.
He literally said the bare minimum.
Paul Flores, a defendant in Smart versus Flores, San Luis Obispo Superior Court case.
Other than confirming Paul Flores' name, he does not intend to answer any questions, and on my advice will invoke the Fifth Amendment on all questions.
Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Paul Ruben Flores.
And what is your date of birth, sir?
10/22/76.
What is your present residence address?
On the advice of my attorney, I refuse to answer that question based on the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution.
Ask the questions or we'll leave.
All right, I'm going to make my record here. I've been advised that he's not going to answer the questions, so let's start asking the questions. Are you presently employed?
On the advice of my attorney, I refuse to answer that question based on the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution.
Where do you presently reside?
On the advice of my attorney, I refuse to answer that question based on the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution.
Where did you attend high school?
On the advice of my attorney, I refuse to answer that question based on the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution.
The civil suit was later closed. Now, small things came and went, but they always led to Paul Flores. Like in October of 1996, she's been missing for a few months. A tenant who was renting a house where Susan Flores, Paul's mother, had previously been living, she was in this house one day. She found an earring that she was full sure was Kristen's earring in this house where his mother had lived. It was of the same set in one of Kristen's photos. That earring, however, was lost before it was entered into evidence. Yeah, it was kind of eerie, or prescient, or maybe the opposite of that. But 6 months after Kristen Smart disappeared, one of the best horror movies of all time, Scream, came out, which is just so weirdly similar to what happened in San Luis Obispo. You have like the small Californian town, you have a killer going around, you have people disappearing. Living in the town watching that movie must have been just deja vu, eerily so. Because then, 2 other female students in the town vanished. In November 1998, townspeople, still on edge with the Kristen Smart disappearance, were shocked when Rachel Newhouse vanished. Then, a few months later, in March 1999, Andrea Crawford vanished. Both seem to have been victims of violent abductions. Had a serial killer struck 3 times?
Because, like, just coming to San Luis and standing on a street corner and seeing someone walk by, it's like you just say, I wonder if that's him.
Soon after Andrea's disappearance, both Rachel and Andrea's bodies were found at the bottom of a canyon, just outside of town. It was clear they both had been tortured, hog-tied, and left to strangle to death out there. It was very, very disturbing stuff. There was not a third body, though. Eventually, in April 1999, a man named Rex Allen Krebs was pulled over for a parole violation. He had a gun with him. He was taken in, and due to his past, he was questioned and eventually admitted to kidnapping both women. However, about Kristen, nothing. He was in jail at the time of her disappearance, and Rex Allen Krebs was later sentenced to death for what he did. Or what about Scott Peterson, who actually attended Cal Poly the exact same time as Kristen Smart did? And you know, with what he would do later, we all know what that fellow was up to, but no, ruled out. Nope. It always came back to Paul. And years went by. Decades went by. In 2002, Kristen Smart was declared legally dead. Paul, his dad Ruben, and mother Susan said they were being harassed for years, like this time in Walmart.
Justice for Kristen Smart, everyone! Justice for Kristen Smart! Paul Flores, this guy murdered her. He knows he did. It's fucking very sad to see him walking around our hometown. Justice for Kristen Smart. Google it, look into it. Paul Flores, he murdered her. Okay? This is a true story, and I would never fucking do this anyway. I don't want to go to jail right now. This guy murdered Kristen Smart and he's in your Walmart, okay? I apologize. Justice for Kristen Smart. Google it. His dad, Ruben Flores, is with him, is just as guilty. One day they will be in prison. Justice for Kristen Smart.
Then in 2011, a new sheriff came to town, fresh blood, and he put in a huge amount of resources into Kristen Smart's disappearance, reopened it starting from the ground up. Searches redone. 23 search warrants and 96 interviews were done all these years later. And it still only pointed to Paul Flores. No new information, new leads pointing at anybody else that's ever been found. A podcast was launched, Your Own Backyard, by Chris Lambert. And he dug into the story, began passing new tips to the police, including how he spoke to a witness who had never spoken to the police before. This witness was an ex-girlfriend of Paul's. She claimed Paul had once told her, "I put her under," that he admitted killing Kristen Smart. Thanks to Chris Lambert and his podcast, he was able to pass this information onto the police and this new witness's statement.
And I started wondering, why has nobody made a documentary about this yet? And slowly over time that evolved into, am I going to be the guy to make a documentary about this?
And it seemed like progress was being made, like minute progress, but this case, which had, 1996, was almost 20 years later, it seemed like it had a heartbeat. Once again. Search warrants were executed at Paul Flores' home in San Pedro, California in 2020. 24 years after what happened at the college. They were still determined that he had done something and they were not going to let this go. And it's a good thing, because what they found in his home, in his house, they found roofies, or maybe not exactly roofies, but date rape drugs mixed with alcohol. You'll pass out. They also found homemade videos of him sexually assaulting women. The folder on his computer that these videos were found in was labeled practice. Practicing for what? Seems he never changed from his old behavior of what he was like back in college. He would go around to bars, slip things in girls' drinks, take them home. He was accused of being a depraved monster, which I think is very true, but he never faced charges. The police kept going back to Paul's father, Ruben, his house. Allegedly, there were some parts of the house Ruben wouldn't let anybody in. He said, "Nope, no sorry, you're not going in there." And no one was allowed under the deck of his house. So the police got a warrant, and they allowed themselves. Using ground-penetrating radars, things lit up down there. Maybe not a body, but there was something buried under the house. The deck was dug out, and they found what's called soil staining. A body decomposing will stain the dirt around it. They didn't find a body, but they did find this soil staining and some fibers. Clothing. The color of the fibers was like black and white, the same colored clothing Kristen was wearing the night she vanished. When the samples were sent, the staining was found to be blood. Now, DNA wasn't able to be gathered from it, so they weren't able to say it was Kristen Smart's blood, but it was blood. So with blood and with fibers matching the clothing she was wearing, but no body, that did not stop them.
You know, Jeff, I mean, this is one of these stories that has captured the world's attention for more than 2 decades. Tonight, we are live here on Upland Avenue in San Pedro, in front of the home where someone was finally arrested in this case.
Both Paul and his dad, Ruben, were arrested. Paul was charged with her murder, Ruben with helping him cover it up. They both pleaded not guilty. They were tried together with 2 separate juries present. Witnesses from the party that night, that long night ago, testified, saying it didn't seem like she was drunk that night. That maybe that night, when she was found passed out in the garden, in the lawn out front, maybe she'd actually been drugged that night by Paul, because that was something he just loved to do. Women who'd been drugged by Paul spoke at his trial. But the defense said, prove it. Prove anything they were saying actually happened. There was absolutely no physical evidence tying Paul Flores to the death, the murder of Kristen Smart, even if she was dead. There was no proof she was even dead. She's been declared dead, but you listen to Paul's attorney speak and thinks she's out there laughing her way to somewhere. She did enjoy using different names and loved to try. No. At the end of the trial, Paul was found guilty of the murder of Kristen Smart. There was just way too much there. Too much smoke for there not to be fire. He was sentenced to 25 years to life. That's not actually going particularly well, because in August 2023, He was attacked in prison and sent to a hospital in very serious condition. You know what I would give the guy who did that to Paul? A nice big handshake. Ruben was acquitted of helping his son dispose of Kristen's body.
All that stuff they say is evidence. You look through it, and there is no evidence against anybody, me or Paul. There wasn't any time, and just too much made-up stuff. That's all I can say. And it's too bad that sometimes the system works that way on feelings instead of facts, you know.
Paul truly seems like a monster. He was just getting worse and worse. He's definitely where he should be. Like, he's the definition of a predator. Although when I say definitely where he should be, I include the hospital in that. Just saying. A scholarship was set up in Kristen's name, helping young female students get a better education. But Kristen has never been found to this day. Hopefully one day she will be. Thank you so much for watching. It really means the absolute world to me that you're here watching this old video. As always, I appreciate you more than you'll ever know. Really. So yeah, before I get all awkward. Next old video will be up in a couple of days, so please look forward to that. Check out the That Chapter podcast for a whole host of other weird stories. We're talking about aliens now, so it's kooky stuff, but it's a lot of fun. And until then, please take care of each other. Please take care of yourselves. Because I love you. Mike out.
I have watched enough cop programs. Okay. I am not stupid.
Can I roll over? I ain't gonna hurt you.
Parents, huh? Who needs them? Except, well, you know, people who kind of want to be born. Well, here are a number of stories of parents who did the opposite. Today, straight from my computer to your screen, is a heap of parents who were the absolute worst. Starting with some that are just plain dumb, to pretty evil. Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and parents are just the worst. Okay, maybe not, but I think you'll agree that the parents in these videos are the literal worst. Like, real evil, you know, shit bags or whatever. You can insert whatever curse word you want to. You know, evil is a pretty strong word, but it's kind of like the only one that's pretty fitting in this whole video, so let's give it a go. First off, we are in Oklahoma City with our Oklahoma girl. The date was October 26th, 2023. And along the highway, a woman was putting the pedal to the metal a little too hard, if you know what I mean. I'm sure you do.
Please. I can't hear you. I need your window down. You're speeding. You are. The speed limit's only 60. You're going 75. Right.
She really was just not having it. Like, hey, listen, everyone's breaking the law, so why are you breaking my balls?
The vehicle in. Do what? I can't hear you.
So she's asked for her ID, claims not to have it, and then there's the old, I know I don't have it, but I'll pretend to look gag. I used to do that in school, claiming I couldn't find my homework. Never worked.
I do have my camera on. Can I have your driver's license and insurance?
You don't have it on?
I do have it on. Can I have your driver's license? I'll call my supervisor. Can I have your driver's license and insurance?
Then, guess what? She unveils the reason she was driving so fast, like everyone else was, we're told.
Driving because she's
I get that, but the quicker I get your license and insurance, the quicker we can get out of here. Okay. The quicker I get your information, the quicker we can get out of here.
Okay.
So, the reason she's included in this video is because of what she does next. Her kid was in the car the entire time. She drove so fast, she outran her own dignity.
07 dispatch, my driver's taking off from We're going northbound. Getting on the turnpike. We're getting on the turnpike going eastbound. She ran from me. She said her daughter is having a medical episode. She just needs food, but she took off from me.
So, funnily enough, after a high-speed chase where she was driving slower than the reason she was pulled over for. Listen, she didn't want to break the law again.
She's following all traffic laws.
She finally pulls over at the gas station. Oops, she almost got away that time. Gotta be quicker than that.
Get out of the car.
I'm not. Get away from me. I told you my daughter's having an emergency.
I understand that, and I told you I'd request EMSA.
No, I'm not going anywhere with you. I didn't contract with you. Let go of my wrist.
Now, behold the epic struggle between Cop and Karen.
Let go of me, man.
Ma'am?
Let go of me. Let go of me.
I don't think so. Indian burn!
I was going to write a quick citation. You were going to be good to go.
I guess we'll just remain here because I'm not getting out of my car and you're not jerking me out.
Spoiler alert, she did get out of her vehicle and was charged with fleeing, eluding, speeding, reckless driving, amongst other charges. Pretty heavy stuff, guys, yeah. No, things get quite a bit darker from here. Now we got something from Volusia County. Wow, with a name like that. Something. But it's in Florida, so, you know, what else do you need to know? On the 24th of June, 2019, the police were called because motorists happened to notice something, well, you know, you might say it's a little odd. Worrisome for some, and by some, I mean anyone with a functioning brain, a toddler, wandering along the side of the highway. Alone.
They were walking in the road?
Yes, he actually...
Oh, I know where it is. I think I'm pretty sure I know which one. He's from that one right there.
Oh, good.
I'm pretty sure. Hey, buddy. You want to come to me, or are you good there with her?
Look at you.
Police arrived to the worried driver and a delivery person, telling them that the 2-year-old was out and about unsupervised. And guess what? When the officer arrived, right, he knew the kid. He had been here so many times, the toddler instantly recognized him.
Come here, buddy.
He almost ran out in front of my truck when I was trying to hear he's running in front of their car.
Gotcha. Is this where you live? You live here? Do you live here?
Yeah.
That's where you live? How'd you get out?
And he knew straight where to go, whose door he had to start knocking. And by knocking, I mean kicking down.
Hello! See my blue lights, buddy? Look at that. We're gonna sit in that car, actually. Can you hang tight with him while I pull my car over here, and he can sit in the back of my car for a second? Absolutely is.
Come
There you
here.
go.
Hey, little man.
Thank you.
Oh, you poor little diaper.
Absolutely. Let me pull my car in here.
I had to pull over. I had to.
No, absolutely. You know, I don't want to say it's that trailer right there,
Right.
but I was out here for a similar incident, and it was that trailer right there. So I'm going to try to find the mom again. What's up, little man? You like it in here? Woo! Boom, push it. Look at that. Where's your mom at? You are full of bug bites.
The little boy's parents are, well, hopefully were, Yajaira Tirado and Jacob Kruger. And their excuse, guys, in fairness now, you gotta give them the benefit of the doubt, it was pretty good. Pain medication, my friends. That and a broken door. He would say the door of the trailer was broken and he couldn't, you know, he couldn't repair it, so the toddler just kept walking out. And if there's anything we know about a broken door, there's just no way of fixing it.
You recognize me?
No.
You don't recognize me? I was here last time when this happened. You remember that?
Yeah.
And your son today was in the street, walking out on US 1, and luckily some nice ladies saw him and stopped before he got smushed by a friggin' car. You know, what were you guys doing in there?
We were just sleeping.
Just sleeping?
Yeah.
Can we get him a new diaper on? His diaper is really soiled.
Both were arrested and charged with child neglect and being idiots, though I don't know if that's a crime, unfortunately.
Step out of the car for me. Come here. Come on. Step out of the car. Put your hands behind your back. I've had enough of this with both of you.
What, so you're arrested?
You both are getting arrested, so get your kid dressed.
For what?
Child neglect.
Why?
Come on. What do you mean, why? Sit in the back. Get in there.
Please, why?
What do you mean why? Sit in the back of the car. Slide in the car now.
However, it should be a crime to only be upset when you're getting bracelets and not getting upset when your son was almost hit by a car. Hot take, I know. Hot take, I know.
You're next.
For what? Why am I getting arrested?
Child neglect. Put your hands behind your back.
What did I do though?
What did you do? It's what about you didn't do. You didn't watch your kid. Your kid's out on the road. This is a history with you two. I mean, this is just a circus. All I want was the kid to get some clothes and get changed. You guys couldn't even do that.
What do you think I was doing?
Around, that's what you were doing.
This is not fair at all.
They were both booked in on child neglect.
Old McDonald's that's like 10 years old, they can't get him clothes. He's walking around with his glass everywhere. You know, this is just ridiculous. My patience is done with these two.
Now listen up, Hotshot. Have you ever Googled yourself and were like, hold on, compadre? There's a little too much about me online. It's not entirely cool like the cucumber allegedly is. Well, guess what? You are not alone. Every week it seems. So here's one that is incredibly f***ing disturbing and gross. The place and the people.
I gotta feel like I got a pretty strong gut. That was as nasty as I've ever seen.
Nope, he's not talking about Tuesday nights at my house. In March 2023, police in Stillwater, Oklahoma were called to a home to investigate claims of child abuse. What they found was a shithole, with Norse shit on the walls and also literal shit on the walls.
Yeah.
I can smell this video. And inside this trailer was a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old. The 4-year-old was allegedly being abused by the man of the shitbox, Stephen Kittle. Let me read out some quotes from the affidavit. The air was thick and musty, which made breathing difficult. We could not complete the walkthrough without taking breaks outside for fresh air. The carpet was saturated with so much urine and feces and walked over that it was smashed down to a hard surface. My boots stuck to the flooring. Officers said that the 18-month-old's hands were covered with dried feces, which she rubbed in her hair and eyes. They said the child's breathing was labored and her nose was runny. According to court documents, officers spotted dead flies and traps and roaches running along surfaces. A roach was later pulled out of the child's ear canal. I mean, at one point the officer literally pukes from what he witnessed, so...
Trade you for a sec.
The dark gray Dodge Journey is left being driven by a black male.
Yeah. Deplorable conditions. Like, the kind of conditions where it's harder to live in this shit than, just to take the time to clean it up.
Handprints of shit all over the entire room. Your feet just stick to all the shit in there. That's the nastiest house I've ever been in. She's like, we're trying to clean up. You go in this room, and it looks like you just put shit all over your hands and, all over the place.
Apparently it was so bad because Stephen was a hoarder. I mean, it doesn't look much like a hoarder's hovel, unless he actually hoarded feces. I don't know what to tell you.
Is this what you're talking about, cleaning up the carpet? I mean, there's poop everywhere.
There's a carpet floor with like this when you move, but not the junk one over.
So, to protect the kids, something they were clearly doing such a great job at, they kept them inside their own bedrooms 20 hours a day, only letting the kids out of the bedrooms, for 1 hour at a time. Stephen Kittle was arrested that day for child sexual assault.
Can you go ahead?
Go ahead and put your hands on your back for me.
Can I ask what's going on?
All right, right now you are under arrest for child sexual assault. Okay, we're not going to talk about it while we're here. We'll talk about it back at the police department, okay?
And a couple of months later, his wife and mother, who also lived at the home, were arrested too, for child neglect. Yeah, don't worry guys, this bothered me a lot too. Well, if that one bothered you a lot, you'll be okay with this next one. Psych! It gets worse. Next up is likely a story most of you will have heard of simply because of how horrific and tragic it was, and it happened in Monroe Township, just southwest of Cincinnati. See, the Claremont County Sheriff's Office got an extremely alarming 911 call. Well, two of them, if you can believe it. In one, a woman was calling, telling the operator her babies had been shot. In the other, a passing motorist called to say a young girl was running down the road yelling that her father was killing everyone. Both were true.
There's a girl running down the street being like, her stepfather is killing everyone in her family.
And what did the female say to you?
And she says that her stepfather is killing everybody in her house.
Did you say how or what was happening?
I asked her to get in the car with me, and she said she couldn't leave her family.
Where's he at?
Here. He's better. Shooter's on the porch.
Get him right here. Right here. You got him on the porch.
We've asked, that's the last place we've been told.
You show me your hands now!
It was the 15th of June, and the police arrived to the home at approximately 3:30. The reports were disturbing enough that they went in fully armed.
Stand up with your hands up!
We got a visual in the mail. Not showing his hands, not following commands.
Stand up now!
Not showing hands or following commands. His name is Chad Dorman. Chad Dorman.
I know, but we can't.
If people need first aid and he's not complying, and you know he's a shooter, shoot him.
We gotta find cover first. We ain't no good if we ain't safe ourselves. Show us your fucking hands now! Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! Stand up now!
Sitting on the doorstep of his home, rifle beside him, was 32-year-old Chad Dorman. Blacked out are the victims.
Get your hands out here.
The victims being his 3 sons, aged 3 years old, 4 years old, and 7 years old.
Confirmed that there's people that need first aid, and that's the shooter. He's not complying. They need to take care of the victims. They have to show them the shootout.
Man, I ain't trying to hurt nobody. I'm completely sober. Never did drugs a day
63,
in my
we're
life.
21. Get the EMS over here.
Well, I did drugs when I was little, but I don't do drugs now. I'm sober. I'm not trying to fight you.
63.
Get your butt inside. Gatlin, get your butt inside.
We on primary?
Now.
29, we got 3 kids down.
3 kids down, 16 down.
Gatlin.
63, we're 21.
Knock
Have
it off.
EMS respond over here.
On the afternoon of June 15th, he lined his sons up and executed them one by one. His daughter ran, and the mother was shot in the hand trying to wrestle the rifle away. During this, one of the boys actually managed to run away, but he was hunted down by his father, dragged back, and executed.
What are you doing, man?
Hey, are you copying all this?
Can I roll over? I ain't gonna hurt you. I ain't gonna hurt nobody.
You got anything on you?
No, I ain't got nothing, man. Phone, that's it. I ain't mad. I ain't nothing. Just make sure that dog don't come out. I don't think he'll bite you. Just don't reach for him and try to grab him and pet him.
All right.
He won't bite you.
What's going on, man?
Nothing.
He has the same attitude as if he was asked, what's the crack at the bar.
Can you get the wallet out of my back pocket?
Shut up, dude. You had the right to remain silent, you f***ing user.
So, why do you do this? Well, the case hasn't gone to trial yet, and no motive for what he did. But according to some court documents, he'd been planning it for months.
We're going to have the public defender. I know. Chad, look at me. Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. No, I know. Just take a deep breath for me, okay? I'm going to have your public defender come back and talk to you, okay? And then we're going to go out and we're going to do your hearing. Can you hear me? Do you need a second? Take a deep breath.
Allegedly, he later told the police he hadn't slept in days leading up to this horrific incident. He was thinking about it. It was grinding in his gears so much. He faces 21 charges in this death penalty case, which will go ahead in July 2024. The year was 2021, if you can believe that. The date was August 1st, and the police in the UK, a place called Sarn in South Wales to be specific, were investigating the disappearance of a 5-year-old boy. a boy named Logan Mwangi. See, at the end of July, Logan had tested positive for COVID, and following the guidelines issued at the time, he had to self-isolate for 10 days. This was in the home he shared with his mother, Angered, his stepfather, John Cole, and John Cole's son, Craig Mulligan. Now, thing is though, he may as well have been placed in a gulag during Stalin's reign, or well, even now, because his entire family was awful. His mother had a lengthy history of arrests. John Cole was a former member of the National Front, which is essentially like the British version of the Nazi Party, and as Logan was of mixed race, John Cole didn't keep his thoughts to himself. And Craig Mulligan had severe aggression issues, even at just 13 years of age. In the months leading up to Logan's disappearance, his teachers noticed he was not okay, and social worker visits were common. It was on August 1st that Logan was reported missing.
Please help me, please.
Where are you?
My son's not here. My poor Camille's not here. Help
Take
me,
a breath.
please.
Take a breath, because I can't understand you when you're crying. Where are you?
5 Lower Lansdowne, Freddie the Song.
Lower what, sorry?
Lower Lansdowne, Freddie the Song. Said somebody is not here.
Okay. Who's not there?
My son, he's alive. He's not here.
Okay, take a breath. When did you see him last?
I touched him in the bed last night and I've just got up for my son and he's the other one's not here. Logan!
Okay, take a breath. He's 5 and he's gone. Can you see any
Logan! Logan!
I need you to speak to me, not just shout. I know it's really full on and it's really scary. I need you to tell me what's his...
And that same day, his body was found in a nearby river. He had died via blunt force trauma.
I want a straight answer. Why won't you let me down there? I have watched enough cop programs. Okay. I am not stupid. What is wrong with my son? I am his mother. I'm not allowed to see my biological son.
Look.
He is unconscious. Why is he unconscious?
Listen, I don't know. Right now, the best thing...
All I'm getting is answers like this. Why is no one telling me what's going on?
I don't know. Sweetheart, look.
He's
please.
my baby. What? No.
You need to do the job. Yeah?
I do. I'm not saying it's not reasonable.
If he's unconscious, he needs me. He needs warm clothes. He needs mum. He needs his
blankets, okay?
I feel so useless, Dad.
I know.
It's not my fault.
Angered, John, and Craig were arrested that very day, all pleading not guilty, saying he must have snuck out of the house, or something happened. Definitely nothing happened inside the house. Spoiler alert, it did.
Okay. So, this is John, okay? Alright, John? Right. We've obviously come to speak to you. Well, what I need to tell you now, okay? 1822. I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Logan.
What?
I do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when question, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence, okay?
Fuck no. What?
Hey, John, calm down. What we're going to do now, okay?
I just found out what's in it.
I know.
Why am I getting arrested?
Right, do you want to have a sit down by there in a minute, please? Right, have a sit down by here in a minute, Howard. And Howard, sit by here now. Just sit down on... Right, do you want to have a sit down by there in a minute, right? Don't want you falling down, right? Have a sit down by there, okay? Okay? Right, you're under arrest on suspicion of murder, okay? So you do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention when questioned something which relates to line of court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence.
But I haven't done anything wrong!
Okay.
Where is Logan? Where is Logan,
He's
please?
still with us at the moment. He's still in the hospital with doctors.
What happened to him?
Can't explain anything further at the moment.
Why is nobody talking to me? You're supposed to be helping find out what happened, not arresting me when I'm telling you my son.
Okay.
What is wrong with you guys? You're supposed to be helping me.
I understand you're upset. I understand.
Is your son dead? Is your son being found in a river?
Okay, Anne Harrod. We understand you're very upset. We've got an investigation.
I'm very upset. I've just lost my son. You've taken my other children away.
The police found CCTV of John Cole carrying Logan out of the house. And so-called bullshit. What exactly happened that led to his death, we don't know. His mother, stepfather, and Craig all told different stories.
I thought this was all my fault. I thought because of COVID and he'd been quarantined that he'd gone outside because I told him he couldn't.
So is it that you are now changing your story after hearing what John and Craig have said about you?
No comment.
Were you up that night?
No comment.
Like they say you were?
No comment.
Like the CCTV says you
comment.
Were you awake?
No, I was not awake. I don't know how many times I need to say this. If I was awake, I could have saved my son.
The only thing I'm guilty here for is child neglect.
But all were found guilty of his murder, and Angarad got 28 years, John Cole 29 years, and Craig 15 years. Why they did what they did has never been revealed. Thank you so much for watching. It really absolutely means the world to me. If you want to see new videos every week, please subscribe. And yeah, that kind of wraps it up. So until next one, please take care of each other and yourselves, because guess what? I love you. Bye, out. Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this old video, we are going to a high school in the town of Fairfield. Fairfield High School, so I shouldn't have to look at my notes too much. Fairfield is a small town, and what do we know about small towns? Always up to no good. Sometimes there really is just nothing to do. Kids get bored, make a ruckus. You know the drill. Well, two teens in particular are the subject of today's video, because when one of them got his test results back, all he saw was red. Figuratively, and then, quite soon, literally. Let's give it a go. The town of Fairfield sits in southeastern Iowa, and it's a nice little town, home to about 9,500 people. It sits smack dab in the Midwest. A landscape of big fat farmland as far as the eye can see surrounds. And within sits a nice quiet town, beautiful buildings, and a surprising number of startup companies and small businesses. And, according to their YouTube channel, they're not like other small towns, they're a cool small town. Sustainability is the name of the game in Fairfield. We want to keep those fields fair. And the town, it's a real melting pot of all types of folk, having large denominations of all religions, while also described as an international center for transcendental meditation. You will find like a little bit of everything in this small town, but I guess that includes what we're focusing on, the bad stuff. I mean, it really is just so hack to say, right? But there's really no other way of saying it. It's like, you know, a small town where nothing happens, so when it does, it's all the more shocking. Fairfield is home to 12 park and recreation areas, which is quite a few for such a small town. But there is one park in particular that a woman, Nohema Grabber, 66 years old, loved to walk in. She would, every evening, go for a walk in Chautauqua Park on the east side of town. It's a lovely park with trails, bridges, rolling hills, and some of that good old nature. Nohema really loved it, but as she walked so often there every day, she got those steps in. Other people knew her routine, and one day they were stalking her as she walked through the park, and then they waited till they found a quiet area. This was on November 2nd, 2021. Nohema was born in Mexico, Veracruz to be specific, in 1954, to parents No and Maria. After graduating high school, Nohema went to work as a flight attendant for Mexicana de Aviación, a now defunct airline company, and she worked there for 17 whole years, if you can believe it. During this time, she was in fact training to be a commercial pilot, and Nohema Grabber would be the very first woman in all of Mexico to be trained to fly passenger aircraft. Fair play to you. She loved traveling, she loved flying, she was an airhead. I mean that positively, though. It was during this she met Paul Graber at a party. One day, while he was on a business trip to Mexico, he gave her a call, not expecting her to pick up. But pick up she did. Her future husband became her actual one on October 4th, 1986, marrying in Mexico. And together, they would move to Paul's hometown of Fairfield in 1992. Nohema ingratiated herself into this small community like almost immediately. She would attend church mass every day. She became a leader, for the town's small but growing Latino community. And Nohema and Paul would have 3 children together: Christian, Jared, and Nohema. And it was later in life, when all of her children had grown up, that she decided to, hey, why not get into teaching? She attended Iowa Wesleyan University, got a degree in English and a teaching certificate, and went to work. Her first job was as a Spanish teacher in Ottumwa High School, and then later, in 2012, she became Spanish teacher at Fairfield High School. And there she was beloved by staff and students, fondly remembered by those who graduated for her catchphrase, "Be more secure." Meaning just be confident, be proud of yourself. And speaking of being more secure, let me talk to you for a minute about the Opera desktop browser, the incredible solution to approaching how you give it a go online, my friends. I've said it again and again how important it is to stay safe online. How many cases have I covered that involved, somebody browsing something? A lot, that's how many. It's so important to have the best browser around. Meet the Opera desktop browser, my friends. Opera is faster, safer, and smarter than the default browsers out there because it takes your privacy, security, and how you browse to heart. It has built-in ad blocking and a VPN just for you. It's more friendly on your CPU than other hella intensive browsers, and my favorite feature is just how fully customizable it is. From very pleasing tab islands to how it integrates your music players and messengers. You can have everything you need in just one place. No extensions, no nothing. Opera desktop browser saves you the hassle of mucking about and keeps things simple, safe, and secure. But you know what the coolest thing about Opera desktop browser is? It has a freaking AI built in. I love it. Aria is Opera's collab with OpenAI and gives you instant answers to whatever you are pondering. Real-time info, and it generates content based on your ideas in only a few clicks. It's my new best friend. So you got the fastest and smoothest browser, an ad blocker, a VPN, incredible customizability, and an AI in one. And the most incredible thing? It's free. Check out the link in the description or in the comments below to download Opera Desktop Browser today and get in on this. And so on November 2nd, 2021, after finishing up classes just before 4 p.m, straight after school, she drove over in her van to Chautauqua Park, just on the edge of town. As I said, she made sure she was very disciplined. She always made sure to get them steps in every day after school, every evening, late afternoon. She would go for a walk in the park. But on this day, she drove, she didn't come home. And then her husband, Paul, he began to worry as night fell, as you can imagine. He went to Chautauqua Park to check on her. He knew her routine, but there was no sign of her 1997 Honda Odyssey van, and there was no sign of his wife. And so he reported her missing to the police. The next morning, a search of the park began, and it's not terribly big, so it wouldn't be that intense. But on the north side of the park, a discovery was made. Nohema Grabber's body would be found in that park, off the trail near the railroad, hidden, concealed, under a tarp, a wheelbarrow, and railroad ties. When they found her, she'd been dead for many hours, and it seemed from first glance that the cause of death was extensive head trauma. She had been beaten to death. Who could and would do this to this beloved Spanish teacher? Her van was spotted by a witness leaving the park at around 4:45 p.m., around 45 minutes after she had arrived, and a witness said inside there were 2 males. And her van was later found parked at the end of a country road, south of where her body was found. Another witness would say they had seen a man walking down the road with a wheelbarrow, of all things. What you doing with that? So who were these guys? Well, it didn't take long to find out. That question would be answered the very day her body was found. Now, teenagers are, generally speaking, little shitbags. None more so than 2 little shits she had in her class. See, on November 3rd, again, the day her body was found, a student at Fairfield High School contacted the police. This was before Nohema's body had even been found, but she had been reported missing because she hadn't shown up to the school that morning. And, well, they were willing to talk to the police because they had seen online, on social media, these Snapchats. Those had been sent by a student at Fairfield High School. Name of Jeremy Goodale. Jeremy Goodale was, in 2021, 16 years of age, born in 2005. Son of Dean and Christian Goodale, he grew up with 4 older siblings. It was a dysfunctional family for sure. They were a big one, and the parents were always more focused on work than on the kids. In fact, the person who looked after most of the family was the oldest child, Jackie Goodale. The parents would soon divorce, and Christine, the mother, she left the house to go live somewhere else with her boyfriend. The house, which was covered in flies, dirty laundry, and was just infested. The kids would bathe no more than twice a week. Jeremy slept in his clothes all the time. Yeah, wasn't a great situation. Now, Jeremy was described by his classmates as a quiet fella. Circle of friends, not that large. He was on the baseball team, but he also had his own issues: ADHD, depression, and anxiety, and he was on prescriptions for them. He studied Spanish under Nohema Grabber, along with his best friend, Willard Chaden. He went often by his middle name, Miller. Chaden himself was also 16 years old, fellow student at Fairfield High, and not a very good one, especially at Spanish. He'd only recently enough transferred from another school in town. He had previously attended Maharishi School, a prestigious enough school that incorporates transcendental meditation into the school routine twice a day. These snapshots had been sent out on November the 2nd. You know, the motto of Fairfield High School is dream, think, lead, act. This is like one of those situations where you don't want to do that. Police were led to both students, Chaden and Jeremy, almost immediately from the student who reported seeing those snapshots, which are, well, not great. Another student said that on November 3rd, which is the day she was reported missing, she hadn't shown up for school, another student said Chaden had said he had, quote, caught someone with a baseball bat. And then another student would come over separately and say to the police, yeah, Chaden had said something like, Miss Grabber might, she might disappear soon, so don't get too attached. A search of Jeremy Goodale's home would reveal the murder weapon, a baseball bat, along with some of her clothing and strands of her hair and blood. And a note was found on Chaden's phone, titled Prep. It listed that they needed the following items. Items included plastic gloves, wet wipes, backpack, hammer, Ziploc bag. However, procedure, the following segment of that note on his iPhone, not great. Stun, move off trail, empty compartments, load cargo, blanket cargo, deactivate compartment contents, leave bag by exit, transport, empty transport, finalize the win, secure victory, move the sticks, wipe down tools, dispose article, and grab bag by exit. Done. So I can only think of a couple of things what procedure would mean. None of them good. None of them good. Even if it's not murder. That's like, it's some weird shit. It seems that the entire thing had started out by being a dark joke between the two fellows, them saying, oh, Spanish teacher, Miss Graber, you know, she's a bitch, whatever, you know, venting their frustration about her grading system. What started as a dark joke then escalated into, hey, you know, we should kill her. And pretty soon, we should kill her. Then, they did kill her.
The two students who are charged with her death did go to school here at Fairfield High. It's also where Graber worked, and now where other students we spoke with are grieving.
It feels like something that would happen in TV. Like, definitely not something that would happen in, like, small town Iowa.
But it did, and now the community of Fairfield is mourning the loss of well-loved teacher Nohema Graber.
Her overall, like, energy was very good. I would walk past her in the halls, and she would say hi to almost every single student.
She stopped me, she'd talk about, like, life, she'd talk about sports I do.
A Spanish teacher at Fairfield High, known by many as someone who enjoyed walking the paths of Chautauqua Park. That's where investigators found her body Wednesday. Signs of trauma to her head, but police haven't said how she died.
Everyone liked her. Like, I don't get why someone would do this. Because, like, who hates her? She's nice.
Court documents detail the work investigators put in. They talked to someone who knew one of the suspects. That interview led police to social media messages. That was enough for investigators to get a warrant. Clothing with bloodstains were found in the suspect's home. Soon after, police arrested 16-year-olds Willard Miller and Jeremy Goodale.
I knew the kids that did it. I had them in my classes, so I was really shocked when I heard that.
But students and the Fairfield community are more shocked by Graber's death. She was more than just a teacher. A recent grad shared this picture of KCCI. She noted Graber's smiling face, calling her beautiful both inside and out.
See, they'd followed Nohema, their Spanish teacher, to the park they knew she always walked at. The murder had been planned for weeks in advance. And there, in a lonely place, they ambushed her, taking turns striking her with a baseball bat, beating her to death. Then, they hid the body in the woods near the rail line and disposed of her car.
As you mentioned, we're here helping out with the investigation, trying to figure out what happened with Miss Graber. What do you think of her? It's kind of like, she's a very interesting person. Do you know of anybody out there who would have serious gripe with Miss Graber that may want to hurt her or something? They probably like her. She's kind of an asshole sometimes. Not really sure if I heard her. I don't know. Okay, so were you involved? You were not involved. I had no idea. Usually people, like, when whatever happens, you can find out something in a small town. I haven't heard anything. Can you think of any reason why somebody might say you were involved? Because we got that in the past. Okay. But like, with a little bit more specific, like, anybody might say, like, you know, I know for a fact he was involved. Not I think he was, but I know for a fact he was. The question is there any reason why somebody might say, like, I definitely think he was involved? Not other than us arguing in the class. Okay. Yeah. And, so one of the areas that we're really looking into, and you talked about Ms. Graber's routines, right? And so we're talking to a lot of people, we can figure out what her routines are, right? And so one of the areas that we're really focusing on is where she would go on her routine walks when she got done with school. Out of that, maybe you can help me with the pronunciation. That's exactly right, for Tuesday night. Is there any reason why somebody might put you out of Chicago? I looked like other people, and I was wearing a black hoodie. I think I'm paying.
Now, the two teens initially gave different stories about what had actually happened that day. Willard Scheiden Miller said that, yeah, he had been in the park on November 2nd after school, but he'd just been walking around. Oh, he spotted his Spanish teacher. He gave her an old Buenos dias. Yeah, I failed Spanish. But then a roving gang of masked teenagers had made him kill her and dispose of her body. That's what happened. One of them good old roving gangs of masked teenagers who force you to kill people. They're at it again. Shockingly, that wasn't very believable. He would eventually tell a version of the truth. Both would. And both would say it was the other's idea, that they were simply acting as a lookout while the other did the first blow. Ultimately, Chiden would say he never actually hit her. He was the lookout the entire time, but he never touched a baseball bat, while Jeremy would say he was the lookout, but he didn't do the first blow, he did the second blow. He saw Chiden beat her, and then he looked over, saw she was still alive, took the baseball bat off him, went at her.
The two Fairfield teens accused of killing a high school Spanish teacher entered a plea of not guilty today. Jeremy Goodale and Willard Miller, both 16 years old, are charged with her death.
Both would enter pleas of not guilty to the first-degree murder and conspiracy charge. So why all of this? Well, see, it all stemmed from a letter. The letter being F. F for fuckhead. But the letter F is also the grade Chiden received in Spanish class.
Fairfield teens accused of killing his Spanish teacher was in court today. Attorneys for 16-year-old Willard Miller is asking for his murder case to be moved to juvenile court. Investigators say Miller, along with Jeremy Goodale, plotted to kill 66-year-old Noema Graber. Her body was found in a Fairfield park last November. Psychiatrists say the best place for Miller is in a juvenile facility where he'll get the right services.
I believe that Chaden's potential for rehabilitation is quite positive. I believe that, on the other hand, should he be...
Jeremy Goodale, who is now 17, was in court last week asking that his trial also be moved to juvenile court. The judge has yet to issue a ruling in that case.
He was not happy about this, as it would bring down his overall GPA, and also due to this low grade, that meant he could not go on a trip the Spanish class was planning, a trip to Spain. This made him furious, and he was seen arguing with Noema about this shortly before she left school, the day she was killed. Searches on Willard Chiden's phone, shortly before the murder, include some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Probably that you will hear too. They included: do students receive credit for a class if the professor is seriously injured or dies more than halfway through the course? What happens to students' work if the teacher dies in the middle of a term? From what has been released, it seems that Chiden was the driving force behind the murder of Noema, all because he failed her class. Jeremy had his own issues, was emotionally volatile, and probably easily manipulated too, and so he went along with the entire plan.
And we discussed a general plan of like I'll stand up here, look out, walk up behind her, and then I think we walked back out onto the trail to wait for Miss Graber to show up. And can't remember if we saw her drive in or if we noticed her van and then knew she was there. We bumped into her on the trail. You know, we said, "Oh, hi, how are you?" And then we kept walking. He kind of gave me like a nod, saying, "Here she comes." And I gave her a signal that it's all clear, and she walked by. Hit her in the back of the head, and then I said, "Holy shit, make sure she's dead." So we hit her a couple more times. I heard some gurgling coming from the skirt. Grabbed the bag, so I made sure she didn't have to continue to stay.
So going into November 2nd, with the agreement, you've done your surveillance. What ultimately is the plan?
Hit her with a bat and drag her off the trail.
Okay. The plan is he's going to hit her in the head, you're going to say, "Watch out," and then you're going to together anybody saves the body. At that time, we were going to hide the body and have it come up that we could try and look at the like suicide of some sort of layer. I guess in our arrogance, kind of assumed that nobody would ever find her. I kind of thought that.
Jeremy Goodale would later plead guilty, and in fact agreed to testify against his best friend, Jayden, when it came to his trial.
Is it your personal desire to accept this plea agreement and proceed today to plead guilty to the crime of murder in the first degree?
However, Jayden's trial never came, as Jayden too would plead guilty to murder. So instead, for both, it would be straight to sentencing. Iowa does not permit juveniles to be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Willard Jayden Miller was up first, and in July of 2023, he was ultimately sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 35 years. Another tragedy in this case is that Paul Grabber, Naheema's beloved husband, he passed away a week before his wife's murderer was sentenced. He was just 68 years old, and he died on June 29, 2023 of advanced cancer that was diagnosed in March. His funeral was held a day before Jayden's sentencing. His family say he too was a victim of the murderers. If Naheema hadn't been killed, she would have been there for him, noticed his illness sooner, taken him to the doctor sooner, and he would have been able to treat the illness.
Mr. Miller, you have the right to make a statement. It's called allocution. Is there anything you'd like to say to me before I sentence you?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to take this opportunity to wholeheartedly accept responsibility for the role that I've played in the murder of Naheema Graver. I would like to apologize for my actions, first and foremost, to the family. I'm sincerely sorry for the distress that I've caused you and the devastation I've caused your family. From the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry to hear about Paul Graver. I'm realizing just the magnitude of my actions, and I know it's wrong. I knew it was wrong, and yet I still carried through. I still did what I did. I asked that I'm given a chance, and I don't want to be institutionalized. I don't want to be in so long that I forget about what matters, where I come from, and what I need to do.
I think you're very fortunate, Mr. Miller, that the state of Iowa does not allow the option of life without the possibility of parole, because that would have been a serious consideration for me if I had that option.
Jeremy Goodale was sentenced in November 2023. He was given life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. He, unlike Willard, did seem remorseful for what he did and had gone along with.
What I've taken can never be replaced. Every day I wish I could go back and stop myself. Prevent this loss and this pain that I've caused everyone. 2 years ago, I made the worst decision of my life.
Portion of this video is sponsored by
I take full responsibility for what I did. And today, as a young man, I can begin to pay for that. I can never give.
And that is the story of the brutal murder of Naheema Grabber, a wonderful woman, a beloved teacher, who was killed for possibly the stupidest reason ever. Given someone a bad grade. Something like which literally does not matter in the grand scale of things. And these two kids messed up? Very messed up. I mean, Jeremy Goodale, he seems like he came from a very broken home. He had his mental health issues. Seems like the family environment was not very good. And so you can kind of see how, the family had a history of substance abuse, so you can kind of see how he would be maybe manipulated into going along with this. Willard Jayden Miller, nothing really about his background has ever been really released at all. So why he did it over a grade is kind of unknown, but it's very stupid. I'd say the motive is the stupidest thing in this case, but that would be incorrect. The stupidest thing in this case were the perpetrators who sent Snapchats of what they did. Didn't I? thank you so much for watching. It really means the world to me, as always. Please subscribe to see new videos every week. Check out the Patreon for exclusive videos, early access videos. Check out the That Chapter podcast as well, every Monday with a brand new episode covering different sorts of stories, older stories, other serial killers which I haven't talked about in the channel, so please check that out. And yeah, until the next one, please take care of each other. Please take care of yourselves, because I love you. Mike out. Now the body was quite crispy, to say. Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this old video I am taking you back to a little old town that we've been to a couple of times before, so look forward to reminisce on that one, and that is the town of Greeley, Colorado. This is our third time there, and it's not a big place, so I don't know how they're pulling this off. Every time I tell a story from greedy old Greeley, greedy for That Chapter time, it appears, it's like it's not just bananas, it's apples and oranges too. This one more so maybe even than the other ones. This all began when a musician named Scott Sessions, he did not show up for a session at a venue he was supposed to. He was a what's a jazz man, a trumpeter. He was the heart and soul of the music scene in Greeley, so when he failed to show up to a session, a gig one night, people began to wonder. Then they began to look. Then they found. What happened? Well, that question would be answered pretty quickly. But the who and the why of it, that would be a tougher nut to crack. Especially when who's the victim and who's the suspect. Let's give it a go! So the town of Greeley, northern Colorado. I mean, we got Randy Baker was there, Shauna Nelson, the dog-faced woman, was there. If you want to learn more about Greeley, just watch them. I'm pretty sure I talked enough about it then. So, rinse and repeat. Maybe I'll just insert the section from the other video in here. So, like, what can I say about Greeley that I haven't really said before a year ago when I made that? Time flies, Jesus. Population? Talking about, like, maybe 100,000 people, but what's really interesting that the city of Greeley is that, nah, who cares? You did not come here for the geography lesson, and don't worry, I'm sure my notebook, Greeley will be seen again. It's like at the end of a James Bond movie. Let's dive into this old one. Diving in means going to February 2020 and popping into the thriving, boppin', maybe even boopin' music scene in Greeley. If you were a musician, you more than likely would have interacted with Stanley Scott Sessions. "53-year-old Scott, he was at every gig with his huge sense of humor. He was always performing. He was one of the hearts of the very scene itself. He cared about it a lot. He brought the passion every day. He was supportive of the acts and of the arts. The trumpet was his instrument, and he was very talented, performing in several bands such as the Movers and Shakers and the Elvis Experience Band. Music was his passion, though to pay the bills he had his painting company. Scott was born in March 1966 in Ogden, Utah, and he moved to Greeley when he was young, going to high school there and later getting a degree in music from Brigham Young. And so, when Scott failed to show up for a gig with the Elvis Experience Band on the 10th of February, well, that was like extremely unlike old Scotty over here to miss a session. That is when our story begins. The gig, though, went on without their trumpeter, and then, though later, people realized, you know, hey, where's Scott? Like, it's, again, it would take a lot. Like, music was his #1 priority, pretty much at all times. So then people were like, well, if he's not here, that's odd. Oh wait, I've actually seen Scott in like 2 days, since the 8th of February. So the next day, a band made of Scott's named George and Scott's dad, they went over to Scott's house in Greeley, you know, knocking on the door, seeing what's going on. Now, at this point, Greeley was in the middle of a blizzard, so it was pretty wild outside, I guess, if you want to say that. They went over, they knocked. No answer. In fact, it looked like he hadn't been there for a couple of days. So where had Scott sessioned off to? That question was unanswerable. Give me 2. It'll be answerable now. On a remote road 1 hour west of Greeley at around 9:30 a.m. on the 10th of February, this call was made.
I'm on the Pingree Park Road at the Monument Gulch exit, and I have a dead body.
Okay, we'll get help on the way. Are you able to provide any details?
Well, there was a tree on fire, and I went up to put it out, and he's laying next to it.
Okay, and do you believe he's got any help?
Yeah, he's definitely passed away.
That was, as I said, in the boonies, in a remote side of, not even a remote side of town, in the remote part of the remote part, an hour west. A snowplow driver had seen smoke off the road, and so he pulled up and he plodded over to see what he could see. There he found a tree smoldering, and beside was an extremely charred corpse, covered in snow. It had been wrapped in a blue blanket that was secured with duct tape. Tire tracks were also visible in the snow, so that's how he got there. And it would be determined to be Scott Sessions. Now the body was quite crispy, to say the least, but the medical examiner was able to determine how Scott had died before he had been set on fire. It appeared that Scott had been attacked with a sharp instrument from behind. Whatever happened to Scott, he'd been, it was a surprise, you know? What a surprise, you know? He'd been stabbed, he had defensive wounds, so there had been a fight, whoever ambushed Scott. And then, his head had been almost cut off. Somebody had sawed through. So now you got this beloved musician, well known around town. For good reason, he kept the music scene alive. And now he was, well, not that. A charred corpse in the middle of nowhere. Not a great start here. With no clues around him to indicate what had happened here, the crime scene was taped off, and Scott's life would be uncovered from head to toe. And so the investigation began with going to Scott's house and to try and determine, you know, he was last seen on the 8th, right? Who had he been talking to? Whom had he been talking to? Where had he gone and to or with whoever? Now, his car was missing from his house in Greeley, so whatever happened, it didn't happen at his home. He'd gone somewhere unsuspecting, most likely. There was no signs of any disturbance or violence in Scott's house. Now, near Scott's computer, he had handily written out all his passwords, so thanks, Scott. And then the police were like, well, maybe we'll check out his social media. See who he's been talking to, who's the last person he spoke with. And it turned out the last person Scott Sessions had spoken with was Heather Frank, his new girlfriend. They had only been dating a couple of weeks after meeting at, well, where else? A jazz performance. This was so recent that no one even knew about it. You know, they're at that stage where, you know, they're just dating. You know, it's so fresh and so fragile, you don't really want to go around announcing it. So if asked, no one would have directed the police to, oh, maybe he went to be with his girlfriend. No one was aware of it. Now, Heather Frank, 48 years old, was a server at a diner, Doug's Day Diner in Loveland, just 30 minutes from Greeley. Heather was also the mother of 3 boys. Friendly, charming, and a huge jazz fan, hence her going to the show and yada yada yada. Now Heather, she had a history of alcohol abuse, bit of a heavy drinker. Scott wasn't so much, but you know, she was a lovely woman who was able to put it behind her. So Heather was the last person Scott had spoken with. She lived in Greeley, pretty much downtown Chester Brown. So the last time Scott was seen was on the 8th of February. Okie dokie. In fact, one of the last people the police were aware of that he spoke to was his dad, saying he was going to go visit a friend. That night, the Saturday night, the 8th, when he was last known to be alive, last seen, he'd been talking to Heather. She messaged him at 5:13 p.m. saying, "Wanna come over?" Followed by, "Sure, I just need to hop in the shower." Fuck yeah. Hurry. That text had been sent from Heather's phone, but it hadn't been sent by Heather. And speaking of 2 things, one is don't do what Scott did and write down all your computer passwords where anybody can get them. That's a really bad idea because it can lead to The second thing which happened in this story so far, speaking to someone who is not who you think they are. And so with that, this whole video is brought to you by Aura, my friends. What's Aura? I hear you barking, big dog. Well, Aura, other than the probably odd one, / that chapter. Sign up for 2 free weeks and honestly be horrified by how much of your private information is out there. But it's better you know, I guess. But at least Aura has your back, like I do, when I give you a nice little massage. Now back to it. So the police were tracking Scott Sessions' last known movements to his girlfriend's house, which was not too far away. She had a nice little house there at the end of a cul-de-sac. But interestingly enough, across the avenue from Heather's home was a little mall. There was a liquor store, a video game store, ice cream, shit like that. And a car park, where Scott's car was found. If he indeed drove his car, you know, from his own house to Heather's house, why not park outside her house? Well, what if it had been moved, but not by Scott? Luckily, because someone parked it in a public car park, there was CCTV. It indeed showed a person parking Scott's car on the 11th of February, the day after Scott's body had been found. We're looking at a potato, you could not tell who parked it, but this person never went back to the car. The car was unlocked, and the floor mat was outside the car, directly under the driver's seat. Now that was near Heather's home, but what was in Heather's home? Well, the police were thinking what you were thinking. Scott goes to meet his new girlfriend, it turns out she's a crazy person, and well, yeah. That was one theory, but the police, they wanted to do some recon, covert, like some reconnaissance of the place where Scott went and probably didn't leave breathing. They set up surveillance outside the home and tracked down the cars parked outside, who owned it, and such. One car was Heather's. Wow, no surprise there, she's parked outside her own house. Another car, though, that was parked outside was registered to one Kevin Eastman. Now, who was he? Well, Kevin was an on-again, off-again boyfriend of Heather's. Years. I'm talking years. For work, he was an oil field buckaroo, but for pleasure, it seemed beating the shit out of Heather. The police had been called on him numerous times. He even had an active warrant out of Denver for said abuse. So what was he doing back in Heather's house? I thought she was dating Scott. Were they back in one of their on-again moments? Well, another thing the police learned, tracking Scott, tracking phone signals, was that on the night of the 8th of February, the day he went there, they could tell who was in Heather's home at the time. And it wasn't just Scott and Heather. Kevin had been there too. So did Heather lure Scott in? With Heather there, were Heather and Kevin gonna murder Scott and do nothing about it? Who knows how these things work? But it seems unlikely that Scott knew his new girlfriend's ex-boyfriend was gonna be there. They never mentioned it in any of the messages they sent between each other. And CCTV would also be located, showing Kevin's car driving to and from where Scott's body was found. So, the police were watching Heather's house, and they saw Heather and Kevin coming and going, acting like everything was completely normal, even though Scott had likely just been killed in their home. It seemed like they were in cahoots together. They had murdered Scott for some bizarre, batshit, unexplained as of yet reason. But they were living like normal. Heather was going around, she was doing shopping, she was getting her nails done. Heather went to work just like she always did. Now, other employees at her diner would say she did seem a bit distraught, a bit upset, but she never mentioned anything weird about going on, like, oh hey, my new boyfriend was just brutally murdered. Warrants were then issued for both Heather and Kevin. It was then, just as the warrants were issued, surveillance saw both Heather and Kevin get into his car and drive. Trackers were placed on the car, and they told the police they drove 20 minutes away to the property of a guy named Troy, a local businessman and acquaintance of Kevin. Kevin had worked for him here and there a couple of times. The property was out of town, remote. So why were they going there? Well, the next morning, the following morning, the police went out there to see what they could see. What was Kevin and Heather doing out there? Well, Kevin was seen there, witnessed standing beside a burn pit. It's like the same strategy all over again. Kevin was then tailed to a gas station where he was alone and filling up gas tanks. He was arrested then and there, but where the hell was Heather? Well, it didn't look good for Kevin when on his person he had a bloody big knife. He also had some bullets and 2 spent shell casings. Kevin was then questioned by the police, who thought this is looking no bueno. Scott is dead, Heather is gone, and he was building another fire. Kevin then began to tell a sad story for him.
So when was the last time you actually saw Heather?
It was yesterday. We went to, yeah.
So she lives at, 2162 35th Avenue Court? Okay, I'm gonna write that down so I don't forget it, 35th. Okay, and is she there now?
Do you know what time it is?
It is almost 11 o'clock in the morning on Sunday.
No, she's at work.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked her to marry me. Yeah. Yeah, but I asked her to marry me. And she said, there's no way she can marry me.
Okay.
And so I just...
How did that make you feel?
Deflated.
He said he hadn't seen Heather in a day after they had a fight where he asked her to marry him and she said no. Then, she just took off. He said he never met this Scott fella. Who are you on about? Jazz can go fucking suck me bollocks.
And I'm sure that you've probably heard or seen stuff in the news about somebody disappearing from Greeley. Do you know anything about that?
Is it the musician? Yeah, there was something that happened between them.
Okay.
And yeah.
I can tell just based on your facial expressions that you know some stuff that's going on that you want to talk about.
He wasn't even there that night when his phone said he was, but he did have an excuse for maybe something happened. Maybe Heather did something. Maybe Scott attacked Heather and she self-defense.
Well, I remember she started crying. It's real personal. I really felt sorry for her. It came out that she had intimate relations with him. And that it wasn't like really, man, I'm trying to think of the right words, but it wasn't mutually agreeable. It's kind of how she made it sound.
Okay.
But who knows? Well, maybe the big guy upstairs does for sure, because Kevin decided to get a bit of a hand by having a bit of an El Prey.
Let me help this man get to the bottom of this case, please. Please keep Heather safe.
We know that he was with you and Heather the night before at Heather's house. And then we found him on Monday in Pingree Park. Why don't you just say his name? You can say his name. Scott. Okay? You're having a hard time saying his name.
Yeah, like I never did it, dude.
You met him Saturday night.
No,
Kevin,
I don't remember meeting him. I don't.
And so while detectives were questioning Kevin, police were searching the remote location where the burn pit was, where Heather may have last been. They were also searching Heather's apartment. What exactly had gone on in Heather's apartment for 7 full days, from when Scott was murdered there on the 8th to when Kevin and Heather left on the 15th. Heather's body was eventually found on the property. She had been shot twice in the chest. After, she had been wrapped up and hidden under dry wood that had been scheduled to be burned. I guess Kevin wanted to slip that one in there. Well, police who were interviewing Scott got the word she'd been found while in the room.
Drove up there, and what did you do? You guys parked.
I just remember going to Glen Echo.
Kevin,
Okay.
are you covering for Heather? Did Heather do something?
Was Heather defending herself against this guy? You went over there. She freaked out.
They let him have it.
There was a mess, and being the devoted partner you are to her,
you helped her, didn't you?
You cleaned up Heather's mess.
It's okay.
These are messages from Heather to Scott.
Oh, please.
No, it's not detailed. It's not detailed.
No, I don't want to hear any of it. Kevin, that's no, please.
Kevin, she just asked him to come over, okay?
These are the messages from Saturday night.
But you know what happened on Saturday night? You couldn't turn a blind eye. Because Heather put you in a bad spot. You could no longer turn a blind eye on her behavior and the fact that she was with a guy that didn't deserve her. This is your opportunity to say, hey, I know what this looks like, guys, but you know what? I was in a bad situation. Scott made me do this. Heather made me do this. I didn't have a choice. Yeah, we were together all night. All three of you were there at Heather's house that night. That's not disputable, Kevin. All three of you.
Yeah, I'm not disputing because it's not true. I'm sorry, guys.
You were setting this guy up. You were going to ambush him.
Why would I say him up? Why would I care?
Because
she's saying it, but she's a whore. That's what she does.
She was having sex with him, and it was the final straw. You set this guy. Kevin, I'm just telling you what some people might say.
Right.
You set this guy up. You lured him to Heather's house. You killed him. Okay? But you know what? I don't think that's what happened. I don't think you lured him there with the intent to kill him. Okay? But some people are going to say that. I think what happened is you were put in a bad situation. And you did what any devoted man would do.
I wasn't even there, guys. You're right, I didn't even go anywhere. I'm just saying I did to cover somebody's house. Can I get a lawyer? I'm sorry, guys. Thank you.
You know, I actually kind of wonder if Kevin actually did simply just lose his mind, and he didn't know what he had done. The whole situation is extremely creepy and horrific for Heather. I imagine it is true that Kevin killed Scott. He forced Heather to remain in the house with him for a week, living a little, lovely little married couple lifestyle while she's in absolute terror the entire time, with just wanting to do whatever Kevin said so that he wouldn't get out the knife again. And then he did actually ask her to marry him, and she said, she respectively declined, and so the rage Kevin had unleashed upon Scott, he did on her. A huge pool of blood was found under the carpet in Heather's house. That was Scott's. Heather was dating Scott, and Kevin had decided to win her back. They had actually only broken up with a month before Heather and Scott got together. Heather and Scott got together in January 2020. She'd broken up with Kevin in December. So maybe Kevin came over to her house one day. He was like, "Give me one more chance, babe." Or Kevin knew that his ex, that he was never going to let go, was dating a new man, dating Scott. And he just wouldn't have it. He just wouldn't have it. He texted Scott from Heather's phone, or he made Heather do it to lure Scott over where he would ambush him. Hiding behind the door, maybe, when he made Heather open it for Scott, stabbing him in the back, and then almost cutting his head off. Then he lived in the house with Heather for a full week. Her obviously in tremendous fear, worried that he'll do the same to her or to her 3 boys. So she would go along, obey Kevin. "Oh yeah, I do actually love you. Ha 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 ha. I just think you're great." Maybe she didn't go to the police because she was worried what Kevin might do to her or her sons. And then Kevin, thinking, oh, finally I have a happy life. He always wanted, obviously a total illusion when he asked her to marry him, and she said no. That broke the illusion, and so he had to take her out to a remote field, and, well, yeah. I also gotta say how infuriating this whole thing is. The police were surveilling Heather and Kevin. Heather was alive. If the police had just acted faster and actually questioned them at the time, they could have saved Heather, instead of just watching them for a couple of days until he killed her. If they hadn't waited around, Heather wouldn't have been killed by Kevin. Kevin Eastman was arrested and charged with the murders of his ex and her new boyfriend. He went on trial in 2020. In jail while awaiting trial, he also somehow turned into an old woman.
These hands. These hands brought danger, destruction, and death. These hands killed Scott Sessions and Heather Frank, wrapped their bodies in plastic, set one on fire, and was preparing to burn the others. These hands are the hands of the murderer. These are the hands of the defendant, Kevin Eastman.
It was a largely, even with all this though, it was a largely circumstantial case. I mean, they had Scott's blood on some of Kevin's clothing, and they had Kevin's DNA on the shroud that covered Heather's body, but that was kind of really it. The defense though took aim at Heather, that she was the killer of Scott, like Kevin's story, that Scott had attacked Heather, tried to sexually assault her, and so she, whoops, took him out, you know, get him back. And then she killed herself and buried her own body under a big pile of wood. It's impressive.
So investigators assumed Mr. Eastman was with his phone at Ms. Frank's residence, and cell phone records from Mr. Eastman reflect that his phone, again, never left her residence that evening or that afternoon earlier, and neither did hers. So when looking at the phone records that indicated Mr. Sessions, Mr. Eastman, and Ms. Frank were all at her residence all at the same time before Mr. Sessions was last heard from, of course, Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank were the obvious suspects. And arrest warrants for both Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank were issued by law enforcement. But investigators didn't arrest Mr. Eastman or Ms. Frank immediately. Instead, they set up the pole camera outside of Ms. Frank's residence to record nonstop. They put GPS tracking devices on both Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank's vehicles, and investigators watched every single move of Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank's from February 14th on. And the GPS tracker, as did cell phone records later obtained, show that Ms. Frank went on her normal day-to-day activities. She drove herself to and from her job in Loveland. She got her nails done on February 11th. She went shopping by herself at Centera, had a normal dinner with one of her sons and his girlfriend, and investigators later talked to that son, and he told them Miss Frank seemed normal. So either Miss Frank either witnessed or committed a gruesome homicide where a body was later burned and went on her day-to-day activities as normal.
The defense tried to say it was Troy, the person on whose property Heather was found, that he killed her.
So dispensing with the caption as it relates to count number 1, murder in the first degree involving victim Stanley Scott Sessions. The verdict reads, we the jury find the defendant Kevin Dean Eastman guilty of murder in the first degree after deliberation. As it relates to count number 2, murder in the first degree involving victim Heather Frank. The verdict reads as follows. We the jury find the defendant Kevin Dean Eastman guilty.
Kevin Eastman was found guilty on all counts.
Ms. Devereaux, anything you would like to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Judge. I just wish that everyone in the room could have gotten to know the Kevin that we knew. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eastman, you don't have to say anything. Is there anything you would like to say?
Mr. Eastman does not wish to make a statement at this time. Thank you.
Based on your vicious acts of violence, jealousy, and control, and the taking of 2 precious lives, and thereafter disposing of their deceased bodies in such a disrespectful manner. That's why you're going to spend the rest of your life in prison. As it relates to count number 1, with regard to murder in the first degree as it relates to Scott Sessions, the court is going to sentence you to a life sentence in the Colorado Department of Corrections without the possibility of parole. The court is going to award you 883 days of
pretty sick one. Kevin definitely had a very sick mind. I'm sure he took great relish out of trying to live a nice little idyllic lifestyle with Heather. In his mind, I'm sure it was like exactly like that. Oh, finally, you know, this is great. It's like a very sick situation where Heather was just going along with, yeah, whatever you say, pal. Yep, I love you. Sure do. Yep, please don't chop my head off like you did, Scott. I'm sure he finally thought he had everything he wanted until he said, Heather, marry me, babe. And she said no. Gonna have to shoot you down, pal. And then he saw the only way out was, well, get the gun. The illusion was shattered and the murderous Kevin came out once more for her. Sick bastard. Well, that does it for this whole episode, folks. I hope you found it as fascinating. This story was bad shit. I hope you found it as fascinating as I did. And yeah, I'll see you as always real soon in the next old video. Actually, a little bit of an announcement in the next one, so look forward to that. You all mean the world to me. Thank you so much for watching these videos. I don't think I'll ever be able to thank you enough for watching these videos. But until the next old video, take care of each other, please, and take care of yourselves. Please, because I love you. Mike out. Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this solo video, we are going to the city of St. Paul, Minnesota, to look at a story, my friends, that is, it's like equally as bizarre as it is baffling. This is the story of the Firkuses, of secrets, of lies, of betrayal, and of a mysterious intruder who may or may not have existed, and then at the end of it, you got one of those big old, whoops, wink wink. This is the story of a person without a plan, but they called a lot of audibles at the line of scrimmage. It's got a lot of twists and a lot of turns, so you know what that means. Let's give it a go. So St. Paul is where we are going in this old one. That is the capital of Minnesota, and it makes up half of the Twin Cities along with its sibling Minneapolis. It's home to over 300,000 people and is considered overall to be a generally safe city. Safer than its twin, except those winters. I wouldn't be putting up with that now myself. Though people posting on niche.com would probably disagree with what I just said, with one person stating I'm here for schooling, and it's noisy with constant shootings. And also potholes kind of get mentioned again and again and again. So the takeaways from that are obvious. Guys, stop shooting the roads! So this old one takes us to the year 2010, back in the day, to a house that was like right smack dab in the middle between Minneapolis and St. Paul. You're really asking yourself, are you coming or are you going? And it was on West Minnehaha Avenue. Don't let the name mislead you, there's not a lot of ha-has in this story, folks. There, on a street that's about as American looking as it gets, lived the Firkuses. That was Nick and his wife, Heidi. In the April of 2010, Nick, 27 years old at the time, and Heidi, 25, were happily living in a house in St. Paul. They bought their first home in 2007 in this nice, quiet neighborhood, having been married for a little over 4 years. They met where else but church, you know, having a bit of an out pray, they locked eyes. Nick, he worked in upholsterying. Your dog pisses on the carpet, he'll fix it for you. It was the family business. While Heidi, she worked for Securian, a financial services company. No kids yet, but they were young and the little ones were probably on the way. So you got your regular happy-ass couple. Nice neighbors by all accounts. They went to church, they paid their bills, they lived a simple life. Sure, why wouldn't you? So with that being the kind of people they were, the events of a Sunday in April 2010 were made all the more shocking. Early that morning, just before Nick and Heidi would have been getting up out of bed that spring day to go to church, well, a very different series of events would transpire. And it started out with 2 911 calls made at 6:31 a.m. Now, the 2 calls were made, but both, they hung up as soon as the operator picked up. Then, less than 30 seconds later, a 3rd call was made from Heidi's phone to the 911 operator. And she said, over the phone, someone was trying to break into their house.
State Patrol 911.
Someone's trying to break into my house.
What city are you in? St. Paul?
I'm in St. Paul.
Hang on just a second.
The call didn't last long, and Heidi sounded very, very scared. She was breathing heavily, and she just gave her address on Minnehaha Ave when there was a bang and a scream.
Minnehaha Avenue.
Minnehaha, someone's trying west. Somebody's trying to break in her house.
Okay, what phone number are you calling from?
Well, I don't know where she went there. 651-49.
911 tried to call her back twice, but the calls went straight to voicemail. Officers were already on their way at that point, but then another 911 call came in about a minute later. It was Heidi's phone, once again, but this time it was Nick on the line. He said someone had broken into her house and both him and Heidi were shot. Nick sounds completely hysterical.
Somebody has broken in our house. Shot me. Okay, are you in St. Paul, sir?
What's the problem?
Well, I've been shot. Somebody broke into our house. I've been shot.
You've been shot?
Yes, please.
Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay?
Okay.
What's your name? What is...
No.
Nick?
No.
Nick?
Yeah.
Stay on the phone with me. Who shot you?
I don't know. Somebody broke into our house. No.
Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay? Do not hang up. Nick, listen to me. I've got help coming. I need you to take a deep breath. Is the person that shot you still there?
No, yeah.
Okay, take a deep breath and listen to me. What race was he?
I don't know.
Okay, do you remember what he was wearing? Do you remember what he was wearing?
No, like a hooded sweatshirt.
A hooded sweatshirt?
I don't know. Please.
Okay.
My wife she's dead. I need somebody here now.
Right, we're getting help out there right now. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You said your wife is shot also?
Yeah. She's not moving. She's not breathing. Oh, please.
Officers are there, okay?
The police arrived while Nick was sobbing on that call. At the house, the front door was slightly ajar, and entering the home, calling out, they could smell gunpowder in the air. As they walked in, they found Heidi lying on her back in the kitchen. Her feet pointed towards the door. She had blood in her hair and on her face. She was already gone. Nick was beside, sobbing uncontrollably. He had been shot in the leg, and on the ground nearby was a shotgun. Nick's shotgun. The door, the bottom of it was covered in pellets from a shotgun round. Nick was taken to the emergency room. Nick said that while they were waking up early that morning, 1, possibly 2 people broke into their home. It was an apparent burglary. Nick, he woke up, he heard noises coming from the front door, down the stairs. He got the shotgun out, lock and load, and then him and his wife, Heidi, they tried to escape the house, which, was the right thing to do. Just get out of there. They were going down the stairs, and they were trying to make it out to their garage where their car was, so they could flee the home. When, as they were walking, Nick, he got jumped by an intruder. They wrestled over the gun. This guy was able to overpower Nick, reef the shotgun off him. Heidi was shot. Nick was shot. Nick wasn't able to give much of a description of the person who shot him, and he didn't see the other if there even was another person. The front door had tool marks on it from someone breaking in or attempting to break into their home, and Nick was treated in hospital. It was a minor wound though, a mere flesh wound, and he was released after just a few hours. In the meantime though, the police were of course, canvassing the neighborhood to see if anybody had seen anything, anybody had heard anything early that morning when 2 shots rang out, and one woman was murdered in her own home.
If you just want to come in here and grab a seat, I don't know which one you want. You want the low one or the high one? Or... All right.
Thank you very much.
You want anything to drink or anything?
I think he's working on just a bit of water for me.
All right.
Just, there you go. Just put him right here, okay?
You give me any pain meds?
Not yet.
Okay. Nick, I'm Second Gray. The other gentleman was Sergeant Wright. Well, both.
You said it was gray.
Gray, like the color. And then Sergeant Wright, WR. Yeah, right and wrong, yeah.
Nick was then taken to the police station and was able to give a more thorough account of the events that morning, the events that led to his young wife's death. The night before, they chilled out at home, they watched a flick, Avatar, had a glass of wine. Nothing happened really the night before. Then Nick woke up at about 6 a.m, which was normally when he got up for work, so he was used to, that was his biological alarm clock. He got up, he was a bit thirsty, he got a glass of water, he went back to bed. As he was starting to drift off to sleep, once again he heard the door rattling.
You're sleeping, and then what happens next then?
Well, because I get up for work about 6 every morning,
Yeah.
I kind of got up, but we didn't need to be up until about 9 to go to church. So I got up and went and got a glass of water from the bathroom.
Okay, so you woke up about what time?
About 6 a.m. Go back to sleep, but just kind of fitfully sleep for 10 or 15 minutes, and then I heard the screen door open.
And like, what are they doing? Are they just going like this?
Yeah.
Kind of like that?
Yeah, just shaking the knob and shutting the door.
Alright.
So what I did is I grabbed my shotgun out of the closet.
Okay.
And then I wake up Heidi.
Okay.
I said, somebody's fiddling with that knob and trying to get into our house. Let's get your shoes on and let's go out to the garage. Let's get out of here. And so I said, call 911. Let's go to the garage.
Okay. Alright, so she called 911 then?
She called.
Okay, that's right.
He got up, he got the gun, he woke Heidi, they started making their way downstairs. Heidi called in the police when, just at the front door, the guy broke in, wrestled with Nick, and as him and this guy were struggling, the gun went off, hitting Heidi in the back as she was trying to run away.
So you guys come down the stairs, because the stairs are
here.
You come down this way.
You turn left.
Yep.
She swipes her wallet off the console table.
So like the console table's right here.
Perfect, yeah.
She grabs that.
And then beelines it to the... As soon as she grabs it, the door opens.
Okay.
And so I have my gun in my left.
Yeah.
And so I try to shut the door shut, but it gets forced open. And the guy that was there, I think he saw it.
Yeah.
I think he grabbed the barrel. And
Like down towards the trigger? Or?
More towards the top.
Yeah. What did this guy look like? Is he a white guy, black guy, Asian guy?
I think he was a black guy with a dark hooded sweatshirt that was drawn. If I remember right, it was drawn up pretty tight.
Yeah.
But I did not get a good look because I was looking for Heidi.
Yeah.
And trying to wrestle the gun away so we could bail.
Alright.
I don't remember exactly what happened, but the gun went off. So my fingers slipped onto the trigger.
You and I are like this.
Yeah.
And then the gun goes off?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it goes off down?
Yeah, I mean, I know it hit Heidi. I know it did.
Okay.
I know it did. I don't know where it hit her, but I know it
Did it hit her in the chest, the back?
She was running away, so he definitely hit her in the back.
Hit her in the back?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. The back, her back or the back of her head?
I don't know. It wasn't low. I don't think it was a high shot, but it was.
Take your time, it's okay. Did she yell or anything like that?
Yeah, and she went straight down.
Okay, did she fall face first or?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. So you and this guy are still standing in the foyer?
Yep.
Okay.
I grabbed on my right and pulled.
Okay.
Like that, and that's when it went off the second time.
So you shoot yourself then, or is this?
I don't know if it was me, myself, or if it was the guy. I honestly don't remember at that time.
After you get shot, what happens next then?
He's gone.
He takes off up there?
I fall down. He's gone.
Alright, now are you bleeding a lot, or?
I don't even know.
Okay.
I don't know. I know I fell. I got to Heidi and started I had to redial 911 and just started.
You grabbed her phone?
Yeah, and I just started freaking out.
A neighbor did hear some gunshots that morning, didn't see anyone out there looking at the window, and dogs were brought in, but they didn't find any scent of who this intruder could be.
Have you ever had any problems though with other break-ins, burglaries, nothing like that?
Nope, nothing that I can confirm or anything.
There wasn't really much evidence though to go off. I mean, the way Nick was telling the story, the intruder barely got into the house. They barely got through the porch before they encountered Nick. They jumped him, then they booked it. And of course, the usual questions were asked. Nick was questioned. You know, was this, gotta ask, inside job or anything? You know, shooting my shot.
You guys have any problems or anything like that?
Just the normal stuff, like, you know, stresses about finances, college.
Every guy's got needs and urges, concerns, how you want to put it. Are you stepping out at all by chance?
To other women?
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
All right. Nick, part of you wants to ask you this question. Do you have anything to do with this?
No, absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. All right. Why is there a party that wants to ask that?
Well, Nick, I'm a police officer, okay?
Yeah.
I gotta ask tough questions, all right? And that's a tough question I gotta ask. You know, there's no easy way to do it. You know?
He said he loved Heidi. There weren't any side pieces, and there was no history of violence. I mean, as I said at the top, there were nice, lovely young couple. They were both heavily involved in the church. They both ran their own youth groups. If there was anything, it was that they were maybe just a little bit behind their bills, just like a tiny bit. That's it, really. Well, by little, I mean like a lot. Literally, the very next day after this incident, on the 26th of April, they were about to be evicted from that house.
You guys aren't behind in the bills or anything?
We are behind. Which is a little stressful. In fact, we were planning on moving tomorrow.
Moving where?
Well, we hadn't figured that out yet. We were, and this is a hard place for us. We foreclosed on our house. Okay, we have to be out by Monday. Tomorrow.
They had purchased that house back in 2007 for $215,000 with 2 mortgages. The last time they made a payment on either of those 2 mortgages was in September 2008, a year and a half before April 2010. Nick had been served with foreclosure documents 1 year before, and in June 2009, the house was sold at auction. So they were being evicted from this house, and in fact they were supposed to have been evicted earlier in April, but Nick, he contacted the law firm that was essentially, you know, saying that his grandmother, she was in the hospice, she was dying, and so the eviction then was delayed until April 26th, the day after Heidi was killed. Now, that was a lie. Neither of his grandmothers were in the hospice at the time, and in fact both lived through 2010. So as I said earlier, they went to church, they paid their bills, they lived a simple life. Only one of those things was true. They also owed a fair bit of money to the bank, about 20 grand.
So you and her never mentioned this to either set of parents?
None of our parents or none of our friends.
No one knows about this except you and
and Heidi.
And Heidi.
That's right.
Okay.
But there was no indication Heidi was aware of any of this, of their house being foreclosed and then them being evicted, of the debts they had, that their mortgage hadn't been paid in like almost 2 years. Heidi had no indication of this at all. In fact, she was telling friends that, oh yeah, we're thinking of moving, we're gonna sell the house and probably move somewhere else. Heidi having no clue they had no house to sell. In fact, she was contacting Nick and said, hey, we should probably go see the realtor soon, right? Sell the house. Nick was like, oh yeah, we will, yeah, we'll do it. We'll do that soon, all right, yeah. All information about the debts, the creditors, the everything, it was all in Nick's name. Heidi never signed a goddamn thing. Everything went to Nick, and he was keeping that pretty close to his chest. And all of this was evident to the police when they arrived that day, that Heidi was completely unaware of what was really going on. The house was not packed up at all when they were due to be moving out, to be kicked out, getting fucked out of the house the very following day.
I've moved out of houses before, and I've helped friends move out of houses before too, Nick. It just seems like you're kind of putting yourself against the clock. I mean, if you knew this train was coming, you kind of get ready for it.
Yeah, I think a part of it is just, for us, a significant part of it is the shame of it.
Didn't seem like Nick was going to be going along with this eviction. But luckily, unluckily, there was a tragic incident, and, you know, that kind of went away. At least for the time being. Nick was released by the police, and Heidi was laid to rest. After which a sketch was done of who this attacker was. So police were a little bit curious about old Nickerino and his story. Well, for a start, nobody saw anybody out of the house early, running around the neighborhood early that morning. The dogs didn't trace anything. And money troubles can often lead to bang bang. But also in this case, Nick said he heard jiggling from the door, and that was what startled him and led him to believe that somebody was about to enter the home. Must have been very loud though, and the police wanted to see if that was even remotely possible to have heard what he said woke him up.
6:16 in the morning, April 27th, 2010. All right, I'm at the front door, so let me know when you guys are ready. I'll try to knock for 15 seconds then. Okay, here we go.
We're in the bedroom looking at the hallway.
What time is it again?
It's 6:16 a.m.
6:16 a.m. We are ready.
All right.
But over time, the hunt for this guy remained and went nowhere. The case, it went cold. Like straight out of the oven into the freezer cold. Every year, the sketch would be on the news, and time passed.
A St. Paul family spent the last 4 years praying police would find their daughter's killer. Now they're asking the public for help. 25-year-old Heidi Furcus was a youth group leader who met her high school sweetheart and eventual husband in church. Police now want to talk to her husband again, but they say the husband doesn't want to talk to them.
4 years ago, someone killed 25-year-old Heidi Furcus. Her family and police are still trying to figure out who. There was more to the story. According to a search warrant, the Furcuses were in financial trouble. It says Heidi didn't know they were being evicted from their house the next day. Then later in 2010, according to police, Nick Furcus told them to stop calling.
I would say that's a little bit more abnormal than what we typically deal with.
Now the case is cold. Police say they need a break, and the break could come from another conversation with Nick Furcus.
And we know there's someone out there, at least one person, if not more, that knows exactly what happened.
We hope to talk to Furcus, too. We didn't have any luck with 2 different addresses or a phone number we found listed for him. So far, he hasn't replied to a Facebook message we sent him either. Police are not calling Furcus a suspect, but they are saying they want to talk to him or to anyone else who knows what happened.
Nick, he met someone else. He remarried. He met Rachel Watson, and in August of 2012, they married. They had been together for only a year, and they were head over heels with each other. Nick, coming out of surviving an unimaginable tragedy. Rachel herself, she had been married before, but it had been an abusive relationship, and so they met and they could heal together. Very cute. Nick and Rachel, they would have 3 children together, and they would move into a house that Nick's parents bought for them. Nice. Can I get in on that? So they lived there. I mean, okay, yeah, they were paying the mortgage back to Nick's parents. Nick couldn't exactly get a house himself. His credit wasn't too kind of, kosher, but Nick would pay, the property taxes and everything himself. And Nick, he still had his job. I mean, the job he worked for, that upholstery cleaning company, it was a family company. He eventually would pay back everything he owed. And so things were good. Tragedy had struck poor Nick Furcus. Things were bad, but it seemed like things were, the sun was shining on him once more, and he could be happy after, the trauma. And then Rachel started finding letters. Letters like they hadn't been paying their property tax at all, and that their house was going to soon be foreclosed. Sound familiar? The fact was that Rachel now knew Nick was lying, and things started mounting. She knew he was lying about small things. She would find receipts, items around the place, and Nick would lie, saying, "Oh no, I didn't buy that," and so she began thinking, well, if you've lied about the small things that you have no reason to lie about, what else have you lied about? Have you lied about the big things too? That's when Rachel began to think. Because, I mean, the whole thing about, Nick and Heidi being behind on their bills, that was even in the papers at the time when Heidi was killed. So Rachel, seeing this sounds very familiar, she took the kids with her. She left Nick. Now, new investigators, they took over the case, and they thought it odd, maybe worth re-examining. For example, if there was an intruder breaking in that day and Nick had a fully loaded shotgun, hunting shotgun, he tells a story that Heidi went down the stairs first.
So you going first down the stairs, or is she behind you, or is she in front of you, or what?
She's in front because I'm kind of trying to move her along quickly.
Yeah.
and then right behind there.
Yeah.
Why would she go? This is like Operation Human Shield. In the 911 call, apparently Nick and this intruder were struggling over the gun literally right behind Heidi. When in the background, you can hear nothing. In fact, Heidi doesn't sound like... She sounds scared. She doesn't sound like, oh, my husband and some strange guy are fighting 2 steps behind me.
Minnehaha,
Minnehaha, someone's trying west. Somebody's trying to break in her house.
She does sound terrified but not horrified, if that makes sense. The FBI, they did a digital analysis of the scene. Nick said that when he was struggling with this guy, the gun went off at chest height, hitting his wife. But from the angle of Heidi where she was shot, it must have been like at shoulder height, as in someone was aiming the gun at her. Maybe somebody who would have been following Heidi. Oh yeah, I'll be right behind you, I'm following you out right now. And then, I mean, you've got a guy whose literal job, who's specialized in cleaning up. He might be, you know, pretty good at, you know, an old crime scenerino, getting rid of that. The lies that Nick told Rachel were something that, like, she too, and this is completely separate to the ongoing investigation, that she too began to think about Heidi, about what really happened to Heidi. She wanted to know if there was any maybe fibs he had told about his dead wife. She confronted him about it. She recorded the conversation.
I could get through this if it was just the lying. I really could. The problem is the Heidi stuff. That's my problem. The problem is I don't 100% believe you. I know it's shocking for you to hear that from me, and it's shocking. Trust me, it's shocking for me to think it.
I don't know what to say. So I didn't actually understand what you were saying. The fact that you're saying it is so indescribably jarring to my soul that I can hardly be. I don't get words, Rach. It is too traumatic, and I don't know what else to tell you.
The fact that your lying was so easy for you to do in front of me over and over and over makes me think that you could lie about something.
That I could burn my life.
Yes.
You're popping the baseball through me like that.
Are you wanting to say more?
I wouldn't. You know, we open to this conversation, I just can't.
Rachel and Nick would divorce in the year 2018. Nick loved to live on big-ass shoes, fancy dinners, trips, buying this and that and these. You know, anytime there was money in his pocket, well, money was burning a hole in his pocket. So he would immediately spend it, not pay his bills, borrow more. Heidi, she left all the money shit to Nick. She didn't know. Rachel, the exact same. She left all the money stuff to Nick, but she soon found out. It's kind of amazing that there's actually no life insurance, though, in this one. When I was researching into it, I was a little bit disappointed. Neither of them had life insurance on them. It's kind of like, missed opportunity.
Like most people in today's society, you guys got insurance policies on each other?
Life insurance policies? No, we don't.
In May 2021, Nick Firkus was arrested. Prosecutors said Nick killed Heidi simply because she was about to find out they were completely broke and they were going to be evicted. Nick lied to everybody, and he feared that if it all came out, that he would be abandoned by everybody, by Heidi, by his family, by his friends. His reputation of this good, old, you know, nice guy, good neighbor, goes to church, helps out with the kids, so many people can look up to, that reputation would be gone. So they said, killed his wife.
Prosecutors say Nicholas Firkus shot his wife and made up a story about an intruder. His attorneys insist the intruder was real.
Prosecutors told the jury that Nicholas Firkus acted out of shame and fear. They say the home he and his wife Heidi shared was foreclosed and that they were set to be evicted, but that he never informed Heidi. They say Nicholas staged a burglary, killed her, and shot himself in the leg. Defense attorneys said Nicholas first heard a noise, grabbed his shotgun, then woke up Heidi. They say the intruder shot Heidi dead before shooting Nicholas. And they insist Heidi was aware of the couple's financial hardships.
In January 2023, he went on trial. His defense stuck with his story of an intruder. Someone broke in 13 years before and Heidi was killed. The prosecution said he killed his wife to protect his reputation. There were no signs of an intruder in the house at all that day. Even the marks on the door, that wouldn't have been enough to break in. He said they fought beside the table at the door, but it all looked neat as shit. At the end of a 2-week trial, the jury found Nicholas Firkus guilty of the murder of Heidi Firkus. Nick was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
For all of us, it is impossible that Nick could ever have done what he is accused of doing. We believe him, and we believe in his innocence.
Firkus himself insisted he didn't do it.
While I understand the jury's verdict and the sentence you must give, I do maintain and will maintain to my dying breath my innocence of this crime.
And that was Nick's plan, concocting this entire plot, brutally murdering the young wife he loved, shooting her in the back as she tried to run. I mean, you can hear her on the phone. She sounds terrified. The brutal, like, and for what? For what? How can you go and do something like that? I mean, I know he did it. The prosecutors say, and you know, because he just loved to spend money and he feared his reputation. That could, you can get help for that. You can get help if you're like addicted to spending money. You don't have to, you know, you can financially recover from it. You don't have to end somebody's life, and then but then he ended his own life. 13 years later, that's what he did, because now he was sentenced life without parole. He was spending the rest of his life staring at grey bars in a jumpsuit till his body gives out. He said he will appeal, but who knows if these will ever go anywhere. Who knows why people do what they do. Everybody looks out their own window. For Nick, though, those windows have goddamn bars on them. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate you being here. Watching this whole video with me means a lot, so thank you. Yeah, here, listen. Next video will be out a couple of days, so we'll look forward to that. Also, if you want to check out the That Chapter podcast, you can give it a go wherever you get your podcasts. But until you see me, you hear from me, you whatever. Take care of each other and yourselves. Please take care of yourselves because I love you. Like it.
Earth, a 4.5 billion year old planet, still evolving. As continents shift and clash, volcanoes erupt, and glaciers grow and recede, the Earth's crust is carved in numerous and fascinating ways, leaving a trail of geological mysteries behind. In this episode, an investigation into California's San Andreas Fault, the greatest fault line on Earth. 800 miles long, this ugly scar on the landscape has spawned earthquake after earthquake. But for now, it waits quietly, deep under our cities, building up stress to strike once again. The San Andreas Fault is one of the most dangerous geological features on Earth. California's greatest cities and millions of her citizens live in constant peril. Since records began, there have been 13 large earthquakes along the San Andreas Fault.
The water lines have ruptured. There is no water coming out of the fire hydrant.
And now, America's geologists, her rock detectives, are warning of a potential disaster.
The major damage has been done.
In the fall of 2008, more than 300 scientists calculated what a major earthquake would do to Southern California.
We've been conducting a special study of a magnitude 7.8 earthquake on the southern San Andreas Fault, large enough to potentially damage tall buildings. Fire will be very significant.
The definitive scientific report presented to politicians was codenamed Shakeout. It forecast thousands of deaths and billions of dollars of damage in the city of Los Angeles, which makes it crucial to investigate the most important question: when Will the next big earthquake hit the San Andreas Fault? The latest preparations for disaster are the climax of an investigation that started more than 100 years ago. In the aftermath of the great San Francisco earthquake of 1906. The earthquake struck on a Wednesday, just before dawn. The ground shook violently for 45 seconds, igniting fires that raged unchecked for the next 4 days. "28,000 buildings, a tenth of the entire city, were destroyed, and more than 3,000 people, 1 in every 100 of the population, were killed. With a magnitude of 7.8, it's in the top 20 of North America's strongest ever earthquakes. The scale of the Great San Francisco earthquake shocked the nation. But no one understood what had made the city shake. Native American myths explained earthquakes as shocks from a battle between warring spirits. Latter-day explorers couldn't understand the shocks that destroyed their mission buildings. One Spanish missionary wrote, "The earth shook around me from explosions under the ground." 300 years later, and science has still made little progress. Refugees in the ruins of San Francisco still blamed earthquakes on mysterious underground explosions. So, just 3 days after the earthquake, the state of California asked one of the world's most famous geologists, Andrew Lawson from California State University, to investigate what had destroyed the city. He and a team of 25 scientists began collecting damage evidence in the city and surrounding countryside. There were roads that had buckled, rail tracks that had twisted. The most startling evidence of all, that came near the town of Bolinas in Marin County, to the north of San Francisco. This picket fence had an 8-foot gap in the middle. Before the earthquake, it was a solid boundary fence dividing 2 fields. But when he recreated what had happened, Lawson realized that the land had jolted apart and torn the fence in 2. Plotting the evidence on a map around San Francisco revealed a surprising pattern. Because connecting the dots drew a straight line. And at every point, the earth moved in the same way, on the coast to the north, inland to the south. This line of weakness was the culprit they were searching for. South of San Francisco, the suspect line ran underneath a lake, the Laguna de San Andreas. So now, the earthquake perpetrator at last had a name. Professor Lawson, who a decade earlier had identified cracks in the earth here as a harmless rift, now rechristened it the San Andreas Fault. In modern-day San Francisco, the buildings, the roads, and the railways have long since been repaired. But if you know where to look, evidence of the 1906 quake can still be found. Geologist Charlie Paul follows in the footsteps of Lawson's team, seeking signs of the havoc from 1906. He finds it on the cliffs at Muscle Rock, 12 miles south of San Francisco.
The cliff is not here by accident. There's a very good reason why this cliff is here. Half a mile or so of the shore face apparently fell off in the 1906 earthquake. And if you look down below us, there's a big rotated block that's near the present-day shoreline. And it is just inboard of the San Andreas Fault. The San Andreas Fault is about a quarter of a mile offshore here. And of course, that's one of the major crustal junctions on this side of North America.
Modern computers can now trace how damage waves spread out across the city. and that pinpoints where the quake originated along the San Andreas. It was offshore, about 2 miles out to sea from the Golden Gate Bridge. So, to continue tracking the fault, the investigation must head out to sea. Marine geologists use remote operating vehicles, mini submarines, to map the seafloor.
What you'd see is subtle variations in the topography, or topography that would not naturally line up. So there might be a line on the ocean floor that is higher or lower on one side, and you can use various techniques to determine that this actually is a fault instead of some other process.
Running south across the seabed, the San Andreas finally runs out of ocean and hits the land. This broken line of rocks, stretching in from the sea, marks where the San Andreas hits land 12 miles south of San Francisco.
Yeah, we're here at Muscle Rock, and we're essentially standing on the San Andreas Fault right now. And if there was an earthquake, I don't know what would happen right here, but I wouldn't want to be here.
This Pacific coastline, where cliffs crumble slowly into the sea, is the boundary between two of the Earth's massive continental plates. Separated by the San Andreas Fault, two vast separate blocks of the Earth's crust lie directly alongside each other. Here, the continent of North America lies slightly on top of the adjacent section of crust which holds the Pacific Ocean. The join can be seen where these lower, darker rocks are overlaid by light-colored sedimentary rocks.
These rock types differ by more than 100 million years in age. Two rock bodies that are not similar in any way have been brought together.
The fault line was exposed to geologists when the cliffs collapsed here in the 1906 earthquake. But back then, nobody understood how and why the two different types of rock were next to each other. Until around 40 years ago, when the answer was finally revealed by the theory of plate tectonics. The theory showed that the Earth's crust consists of separate moving plates on which the oceans and continents sit. Around 200 million years ago, the heavy Pacific Ocean plate collided with North America and started sinking underneath the lighter continent. Professor of Geophysics Mark Zoback studies that process, called subduction, in his laboratory at Stanford University.
For many millions of years, prior to the existence of the San Andreas Fault, the Pacific Plate was subducting beneath North America. The oceanic plate was diving down, and that process went on for, well over 100 million years. So a tremendous amount of activity was occurring.
As the unstoppable force of one plate met the immovable object of the other, they were forced to change direction.
About 20 million years ago, the plate motions were such that the Pacific Plate had to start sliding north with respect to North America. And now, the principal motion is this sliding process between the two plates. And 20 million years ago, the San Andreas Fault was born.
It was the moving plates that crushed different types of rock together, just as here at Muscle Rock. At last, the investigation knows what it is dealing with. The San Andreas Fault is 800 miles long, emerging from the seabed north of Point Arena in Northern California and running down to the Salton Sea in the south. The evidence is coming together. Clues from the 1906 earthquake, such as the picket fence that was torn apart, prove that the land was moving. Connecting the dots identifies the straight line of the San Andreas Fault. And Muscle Rock uncovers different plates of the Earth's crust on either side of the fault line. But investigators still need more information about how often the San Andreas has spawned earthquakes in the past. It might help them answer the all-important question: when will the San Andreas strike again? To discover when the San Andreas Fault will strike again, the investigation needs to know about ancient earthquakes that have struck along the fault line. But there's an immediate problem.
So here in California, it's a particular challenge. And some of the earliest written records were from the missions and from the early explorers, so only dating back into the 18th century here. Other parts of the world, we have an earthquake history going back millennia.
The investigation moves 350 miles south of San Francisco to a desert where the San Andreas may have been active for thousands of years. There's crucial evidence here about earthquakes from ancient times.
This creek used to flow straight across the San Andreas Fault here, but several earthquakes formed a natural dam where the San Andreas Fault wedges up here in front of me. That created a small pond, and now we're looking at the dry sediments of that pond that record the history of earthquakes, and that tells us quite a great deal about the past behavior of the San Andreas Fault.
Some of the clues are so small that Hudnut's detective work gets him down and dusty among tiny cracks inside the fault.
Sometimes we can find out about the past behavior of the San Andreas Fault by looking at the tiniest details.
At the bottom of this small ancient pond, mud sediments collected above a fine line of pebbles. Then, an earthquake shifted the land upwards on one side of the vertical fault line.
So this layer was originally flat, and then, in a subsequent earthquake, it was broken like this along this tiny fracture strand of the San Andreas Fault.
But finding proof that this is the site of an ancient earthquake is only part of the story. Hudnut needs to know how long ago it happened. The bare rock layers are no help in dating his find, but just above the fracture line of the rocks, he has found the evidence he needs.
Here, a bush was burned by a prehistoric wildfire, and that remnant of carbon is why you see this black stain on the side of the trench wall.
The key to unlocking the...
Hey you, and welcome. My name's Mike.